You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program, as always, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, the scenes from South Ozone Park as we are live here in New York at Aqueduct Racetrack as we continue on with the Belmont at the Big A meet. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. Pleased to be with you on this Friday afternoon. Happy Friday to everybody as we're starting a little bit later today. We have some great racing to come for you as we take a look at what's on tap today. Our races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. Here's what we have coming up. Races 1 through 9 at Belmont at the Big A. We were off the turf yesterday. We'll be on a firm turf course this afternoon. The highlight for New York-bred 2-year-old fillies a little bit later in the Joseph A. Jimma. Churchill Downs races 4 through 10 as well with the fast main track there beneath the Twin Spires. I'm pleased to welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association handicapper Anthony Stabile. As it seems like I'm in the shadows and you have the light shining upon you. That must be the lucky side of the desk today.
The light shining up. We're all in trouble if I have the light shining upon me, Acacia. I was about to do my Bane impression for you, but yes, in the shadows. Ready for a fun day of action here with the Belmont at the Big A meet as we are underway in week number 2. You know, for those of you talking about the turf yesterday, got to look at things a little differently. We're going to be here for a lot longer than we ordinarily are here at Aqueduct. So I think it was a good job protecting it yesterday. Though we had fantastic dirt off the turf races yesterday, some fun performances and a full slate of action. Andy Serling will be here later on. 30 races coming up here from Belmont at the Big A in the next 3 days.
We'll bring all of them to you on our program as we'll kick off the action on the turf. Speaking of that turf course, going a mile and a 16th for the 2-year-old fillies with this maiden special weight. A nice way to kick things off. And Haystack is currently your favorite down to the inside as this filly by Warfront. She's a second-time starter, Anthony. I thought, as I was actually in the paddock for her debut, that she was a big and lanky type and just really lacked a lot of strength. Having a race under her belt, she should have that second out.
I think it'll help physically. I also think it'll help mentally. When she was ready to roll off of the far turn up at Saratoga, she got herself in between horses, and she got herself in a little bit of a spot, and it kind of flicked a switch, I thought, and she started behaving badly after reacting. Behaving is a strong term. Reacted badly. She didn't react well, and that behavior continued through the stretch. She kind of started shying in and away from horses. It was weird. It was it almost looked like it was hard for Red Ortiz Jr. to keep her straight. You hope, like you said, you talked about how she was in the paddock. You would imagine that experience and just the overall experience of having gone through the motions of getting to a racetrack and breaking out of the gate and running in the afternoon is going to help her cause. She's a very short price. I just could not find too many alternatives in here.
For more, let's check in with the third member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliori. Richie, what do you make of these 2-year-old fillies as we get ready to kick off the day?
Yeah, kind of an interesting group for sure. I thought the one-horse Haystack, she did show that propensity to lug in first time out. The filly that ran second actually rallied from behind her, led her for goal, came back and ran poorly at Kentucky Downs. And I thought she was just a little bit one-paced. I do think she created some of her own problems in the stretch just being green. But I think 7-5 is way too short. I actually prefer the other Chad Brown over her, the 5 implicated. This is her first foal out of this mare, but looking at her from a physical perspective, she's kind of light and lithe, cat-like almost in her movements, and definitely a filly that, to me, looks like from a physical perspective will like the turf. The horse that I landed on, and I really like her from a physical perspective, is the 4 Misintention, getting onto the turf the first time. She has had the opportunity to work on the turf for Belmont up in Saratoga. Her grandam is Mushka, multiple graded stakes winner on the turf, and actually trained by Belmont as well. So at 11-1, I'm going to take a little bit of a swing with Misintention.
I like it, Richie. Thank you. The blinker's coming off that filly as well as she also gets some more distance to work with. She's a beautifully put together filly by Into Mischief. And Anthony, Richie touched on the pedigree with Mushka, who's a graded stakes winner on the turf for trainer Belmont. He's well familiar with the family. The full sister, Jane Gray, has never tried the turf, but obviously a talented runner as well.
Mushka was talented on both the turf and the all-weather. I remember her running behind Life is Sweet in the 2009 Breeders' Cup Distaff. Could have been the Ladies' Classic back then when her far more famous stablemate, mare by the name of Zenyatta, won the Classic the very next day. So, yeah, I thought I thought there were some interesting alternatives underneath. I was not a fan of Misintention. I thought the 8 Summertime Fun, we talk so much here at Aqueduct, mostly in the winter, mostly in sprints on the dirt, about Linda Rice and how well her horses seem to run second time out. Well, you're going to get this filly by not this time at 13-1. And there's not a lot of turf pedigree here, yet they ran her along on the turf first time. They're running her along on the turf again. If you get that usual Linda Rice improvement second time out, Jose Lascano sticks. I know she didn't take much money and she didn't do much running in her first start, but if she was dirt meant, wouldn't we see her back on dirt after the last race? She's a big price at 13-1. I'd use her in the exotics, the number 8 Summertime Fun behind the favorite.
Want to remind everybody you can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more, while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. Richie touched on the other Chad Brown, the number 5 Implicated, affiliate by Connect. Her dam was unraced. The second dam never won, won only once on the grass, but she ran decently on it. I had actually written down in her debut that she had a bit of a turf hoof.
Yeah, we'll see how she does stretching out, going from one surface to the other. She's taking some money. She's actually the second choice in here. Not too surprising that the Chad Brown horses are taking the bulk of the money in here. Like I said, there wasn't anything that really jumped off the page as far as trying to be a little slick in here, for the lack of a better term. I thought the race was 185. That's the way I saw it. But even money, even I would admit that even money seems to be a little short on Haystack right now.
There goes La Chance as she is trying the turf for the first time and also taking a jump up in class, giving the starting gate crew a little bit of trouble here, as we'll see who takes to the turf, who could potentially improve. A lot of second-time starters in this spot, as that's where you'll see the bulk of the improvement. There's Invest Wisely, who's a Todd Pletcher second-time starter. She didn't take much money on debut, and she's not taking much again today.
She's run against some nice fillies, though. Pink Hue may have been one of the more impressive ones up in Saratoga. The second and third place finishers came back to win. And, of course, Emma's Encore, her dam, the last Grade 1 winner for the greatest of all time, the late, great Alan Jerkins.
And there is Mademoiselle Jackie, another second-time starter. 2-year-old fillies on the turf to kick off the day. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. And it was a good start for the favorite, Haystack, who is now being passed by several horses there. Mademoiselle Jackie from the far outside. Just a Splash is down at the rail. And up close is Invest Wisely, who is racing in a third. Then comes Misintention down at the rail in a fourth, as a Summertime Fun moves up on the outside from fifth. Agua Dulce is next in sixth. And then comes Implicated in seventh, and to her inside is the favorite, Haystack. And then we've got a break, 4 lengths or so, back to the 2 trailers, Keep It Sexy and La Chance. And the quarter, 22 and 2/5 seconds. So they are moving right along here with Mademoiselle Jackie, the leader here by a length, and Invest Wisely racing in second. And then it's a break of 2, back to Summertime Fun, who's on the outside. Down at the rail is Just a Splash. And then we come back to Misintention, who's racing in fifth. Agua Dulce is on the outside in sixth. And Haystack is next in seventh, about 7 or 8 lengths from the lead. Making a move on the far outside. There goes Implicated, the half and 48-1. Mademoiselle Jackie maintains the lead here with Invest Wisely running in second. Summertime Fun is in between horses. Implicated is on the outside. Just a Splash is down at the rail. Then Misintention and Agua Dulce, followed by Haystack, who still has a lot to do as the field comes into the stretch. 3/4 and 1:14-1. It's Implicated on the outside. Invest Wisely in between horses. Mademoiselle Jackie continues to battle on down at the rail. And Mademoiselle Jackie is in front here. On the outside is Implicated with one last surge. Implicated got it right at the end. Implicated the winner over Mademoiselle Jackie. So it's the old Woolworth Exacta.
Indeed, as implicated, came running late her first time on the grass with Flavien Prat in the saddle, able to catch the pace setter, Mademoiselle Jackie.
For those of you that don't know what John Embrial, the legendary John Embrial, was talking about, the old 5 and dime, 5-10, that's the Warworth exact. I'm saying that because I was just about to explain this on the air. Great minds think alike. Just an absolute grind from Implicated, who, you know, she got a decent enough trip. Man, you feel bad for Mademoiselle Jackie and her backers today, cutting out all the fractions on the front end and just getting grinded down very, very late in the game. Big effort from her. A nice effort from Implicated as well, stretching out from the 6 on the dirt to the 2 turns on the turf, and just kept on coming at the leader. Nice effort. Invest Wisely made a run to grab the show, though. Nice prices here. Haystack, this is the second time in a row occasion now the favorite got a ground-saving trip, was able to work out a real good trip, and just did not fire off of the far turn. It was almost like a carbon copy of her debut.
Turning the page over to Churchill Downs. Race number 4 is our first order of business here, as we have a maiden claiming going 6 furlongs on the main track for the 2-year-old fillies. We check in with Paula Duca live with us at Churchill Downs. Paulie.
Thanks, Acacia. Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, a confusing race when it comes to 2-year-old fillies, and this is the bottom of the claiming barrel here at $20,000. And right now, everybody's gravitating maybe towards the best connections in here when it comes to Brad Cox and Florent Giroux on the outside, Lily's Creed. The problem is you know, this filly did no running first time out as the favorite at Indiana, and just didn't show much. Now, I will say this, Marcelina Pedrosa, not kind of a send rider. Maybe, you know, Brad told him to take back and make one run, but to come back at Indiana and then work a nice little drill, Flo gets aboard. Now, we did see a horse yesterday that Flo got aboard that had kind of the similar running lines and got run down by a Dwayne Lucas runner that had a 1 buyer coming into the race. And speaking of a couple of other horses in here that might have a 1 buyer that could win this race, horses with some bad form, Lucas does have another horse in here. But, you know, I was looking also at the 8 in here, Julia Chardonnay. I thought that she would be the, you know, that race 2 back puts her right in the mix. She had the lead at least. When you look at the rest of these fillies, nobody's really had the lead. She showed some speed, and she's got that race over Kentucky. That sort of has been the key. I've seen Kenya McPeak do it twice. It's sort of like an extra couple races. If the horse takes to the turf, takes to the turf. If not, the drop for 20 is warranted, considering they only paid $18,000 for this horse. And the 2 horses, the horse that's dead on the board to me, credit committee, Michael Maker and Tyler Gaffleone, a filly you thought would take some money. Those drills are too slow to believe, but maybe they are to believe here at 10-1 and getting no action. And I will say this again, guys, I like the 1 Chipmunk. My only worry is it seems like the middle of the racetrack, and a lot of the jockeys in the first 3 races are staying off the rail. I asked Ricardo Santana, I asked Mitchell Morrell, and they said, yeah, the rail right now is not the place to be.
Paul, thank you. Some great insight there. Something to watch throughout the rest of this card as we kick off our live coverage of Churchill Downs and Chipmunk down to the inside and on top of having a funny name. Lowest level for this 2-year-old filly from Mark Cassie.
I like chipmunks.
I like them too.
I'm a Simon guy from the trio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Alvin, Simon, what's the third?
Theodore.
Theodore. I liked Theodore.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was
a
my
Simon
favorite.
guy. I thought the 9 Sweet Slew was a little interesting. First from Carl DeVille. Working down at Evangeline Downs. I don't know if this is a mistake at the Belterra workout. I have no idea what's going on. Took a little money here at 9-1. I just thought things was a little interesting. Wasn't thrilled with anything that had run before. So,
Race 4, 2-year-old fillies in the maiden claiming at Churchill Downs. Travis Stone standing by.
In the gate. And they're off. Credit committee off near the back. Julia Chardonnay comes out running. That is quickly in front. Sweet Slew comes on to grab second. On to the next is away third. Here's Lily's Creed advancing up from fourth. Controlled Fires Racing fifth. Holiday Necklace down inside sixth. Lady Envoy is on the move from 7th. Lead Singer is 8th. Chipmunk has lost the rider. Chipmunk lost the rider as they crossed over to the main track and is running loose, but is far outside the field, out of harm's way. Credit Committee did not have the best of beginnings and is trailing the field as they round the far turn. Beskica up and on his feet. Opening quarter, 22-4, and it's Julia Chardonnay, the leader, round the far turn. Sweet Slew 2 wide. Lily's Creed 3 wide. 2 lengths back, Controlled Fire in 4th. They come for the top of the stretch. Julia Chardonnay rolls off the turn in control. Lily's Creed is set down for the drive, and she's coming with a run now. Heading for the final furlong. Julia Chardonnay is now fully extended, but still in front. Lead Singer is rocketing up the rail. 3rd with 3 lengths to make up and 100 yards to do it. Julia Chardonnay has lost a lead. Lead Singer took off like a rocket down the stretch and wins by 2.5, full of run. Lily's Creed might have got 2nd from Julia Chardonnay. Lady Envoy was 4th.
Lead Singer, first-time starter with Raylu Gutierrez in the saddle. 2-year-old filly coming up the inside, full of run.
Yeah, Raylu doesn't seem to agree with the rest of the colony about the inside being not the place to be. It might not have mattered here, Keisha. This filly came with a big run, daughter of Union Rags, picking up the pieces. It wasn't even that it was that contested of an early pace. This filly had her running shoes on from the quarter pole home. Raylu basically just had to find a clear path for her. It turned out to be inside, so I don't think it's a great gauge as to whether the inside's good or not. She could have been in the 7 path the way she finished up the last 1/8 of a mile. She was going to get the job done, and she gets it done at a good price.
A good price indeed. Raylu Gutierrez, good to see him having another winner at Churchill Downs with that nice victory, as we did see Chipmunk lose her rider at the start, and good to hear from Travis Stone's call that Adam Beskica was up on his feet. But no doubt about the winner, the number 5, Lead Singer, first-time starter, back at Belmont at the Big A. We turn our attention back over there. We also had 2-year-old fillies, though, on the turf, and it was a late grinding run from Implicated on the outside.
Yeah, kept on coming. Right here you see him 3 across the track, Implicated outside of Invest Wisely. And the leader, Mademoiselle Jackie, who was as game as could be today, just could not hold off a sustained rally from the winner, a daughter of Connect, who had a little bit of a wide run most of the second turn, but was able to get there in a photo finish win over the speed.
There she is with Flavian Pratt in the saddle. He rode this filly first time out sprinting on the dirt. Obviously much improved effort on the turf for the first time. Some generous prices with your heavy favorite checking in 4th, 1160 for the win. 6 furlongs on the main track will be the trip for race number 2 today. $25,000 claiming race, non-winners of 3 in life, as Dame Cinco, the number 6, not Dame Cinco, as many say. Dame Cinco, like, give me 5 in Spanish.
Yeah. Give me
6 to 5.
Right now they'll give you 6 to 5.
Yeah.
You don't get 5, you get 6 to 5 right now. Joel Rosario looks to...
The big question is, can she repeat that big effort we saw at Saratoga and that strong figure that she got last time out? When we come back, though, we'll also preview the feature at the Big A today, the Joseph A. Jimma for New York bred 2-year-old fillies. More on that after this. Will it be Miracle Security Code or somebody else?
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Live look at the crowd at Churchill Downs as we had race number 4 in the books. Went to a first-time starter. Lead singer John Ortiz had this 2-year-old filly ready to roll at first asking.
You see her in mid-pack, about a half a dozen lengths from the lead off of that quarter pole far turn, and Raylu Gutierrez merely looking for a spot. He puts her into the 4 or 5 path here. He sees it's a little crowded as he gets through there, and rail seemed good. Just went up inside, and again, at that point, it probably didn't matter. She had so much momentum, and the 2 fillies in front of her kind of coming back to her just a little bit. Take nothing away from her effort, but yeah, probably didn't matter where he put her at that point. A couple of lengths to the good. Big price here at 12-1.
$26.96 for the win with the 4th at Churchill Downs. Julia Chardonnay drifting a little bit there. The 8 allowing lead singer to come up the inside and get the win. Well, 2-year-old fillies is our feature today at Belmont at the Big A. For the New York bred 2-year-old fillies, in fact, the Joseph A. Jimma, which will go as race number 8 today. A lot of young horses who are not only trying stakes for the first time, but trying the distance for the first time. Miracle and Gambling Girl will rematch. Miracle won on debut so impressively. Gambling Girl, the 3rd place finisher that day. We did see Miracle come back and try the Seeking the Ante with a disappointing effort, Anthony, behind Maple Leaf Mel. It was a very wet track that day, though, too, and if she runs back to her debut, she's a major player.
Yeah, sloppy and sealed last time in the Seeking the Ante. Wouldn't have had a problem with 7 furlongs. You wouldn't think in her debut, and she won by a long way, a half a dozen lengths, and she comes back now, gets fast ground, daughter of Mendelssohn, going to stretch out to that 7. In fact, the only one, Acacia, who has won at the 7 is Gambling Girl. She came back off this 3rd place finish to Miracle to get the job done by over 10 lengths. Yeah, Miracle, there were a couple of scratches in here. The 1 Small Pebbles, the 3 Warsiachi, and I think those scratches probably help Miracle more than the other filly who figures to take some money in here, the number 2 Security Code. So Miracle should have an easier time of it. Not that it was going to be that difficult, but with just one other speed in here, it looks like Lady Mine will present the pace. It looks like she'll have an easier time and a little less of a crowd on the front end.
And speaking of Security Code, she was 2nd to Maple Leaf Mel on debut and then came back, and she did regress as far as her buyer speed figures are concerned. That said, Anthony, she was just one of several talented runners we saw for Phil Serpy throughout the summer. Of course, Leave No Trace winning the Grade 1 Spinaway as well, and this filly who had a nice effort to win. If she moves forward, she is, I think, kind of the other horse in this race.
See the filly in the black and white she's about to pass? Her name is Stonewall Star. She broke her maiden here pretty impressively yesterday with a 72 buyer speed figure. So the filly she beat last time came back and looked really good yesterday afternoon. I don't know, and I'm not the biggest speed figure guy out there. That figure seemed a little slow to me when I was handicapping these races. And after watching the filly win yesterday, I think that kind of corroborates that thought. Andy was kind of thinking the same thing. He'll tell you about it later on when he's on the air for this Joseph A. Jimma. But yeah, I would imagine, and I picked Security Code in here today. I really liked her last effort. I'm sorry, I picked her 2nd. I picked Miracle in here today. I just, both of these fillies have a big chance in here. I think Security Code is hindered a little bit by a little less pace in here today.
We'll see how this race does play out as Jose Lascano will be aboard Security Code for the first time. Of course, he rides a lot of horses for Phil Serpy, and she is the half-sister to stakes winner Blewett. The longer the better for him. So pedigree would say that she should be able to handle the stretch out and distance. Back here to present time, we take a look at the field for race number 2. That's coming up next here at Belmont at the Big A. This non-winners of 3 in life claiming event. Let's get a Paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And just looking at this group, the 1 horse Swedish Sugar really making a nice physical impression. She won 2 races in a row at Finger Lakes, and then last time, I don't know what happened to her speed. She just didn't have her customary speed. And she didn't look like she appreciated being in behind horses, getting the kickback. She really, and then just didn't kind of run. She kind of floundered down on the inside. I think from the rail, Louis Saya is an aggressive rider. I think this Jeremiah Englehart trainee will probably flaunt more speed, and it seems like she's better when she's involved. She's certainly a lot quicker than what she showed last time. Just didn't have her customary speed, but I think she could rebound here, particularly from what I'm seeing from a physical perspective. The 6 Dame Cinco, She looks terrific. Jose Camello's horses are running well. He's having a terrific year, winning it better than 23%. And she just couldn't look any better from a physical perspective. When we're talking about horses that are going to be short prices, you're looking for some sort of a weakness or some sort of, clue that maybe they're not going to run their A race. I'm not seeing it with her. She just makes a nice physical impression. And the 7, Beautiful Karen, also looks well. She's getting the saddling stalls now, getting saddled. Now, she did stumble last time, but it wasn't like a severe stumble. It was almost like she kind of bellied down a little bit. It probably cost her a little bit, and she's better when she's involved. And from the outside post, she should get clear sailing here.
All right, Richie, thank you. Beautiful Karen, second off the layoff as well. Hopefully she gets out of the gate cleaner today. There's Dame Cinco, though, first off the claim for Jose Camejo, and Joel Rosario will be in the saddle. We'll talk more about her and the rest of this field after this break on America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at Naira Bets today. Race number 2, Belmont at the Big A, coming up in Dame Cinco, currently at 9-5. Anthony, Dame Cinco.
High five. Very nice.
That was a good one, too.
I was taught if you want to give somebody the perfect high five, you look at their elbow.
Look at their elbow, yeah.
You hear that too?
Yeah.
It works.
That's the trick.
It's a trick.
I like it.
I'm full of tricks.
I like that. 9-5 on this filly. Now, she was impressive last time out. She was dropping in class. She was off of a layoff. And we saw this drifting. And she did it 2 starts back at Keeneland as well. And I had actually spoken to Cherie DeVoe after this last race. And she said, it just seems to be a habit that she's picked up. And we can't figure out why she's doing that. So I wonder what she's going to do today. She's going out first time for Jose Camejo. Obviously, she still won, but it's not something you can do if you want to keep winning.
Got sucked into the filly who finished second to her last time, Preposterous, off of this race yesterday afternoon, and that did not go very well. I wonder if the fact that she's doing that drift, this is just her 3rd start in approximately 10 months, and you see her in for the same price that she was claimed for 6.5 weeks ago. All of those things, I've been around long enough to know that all of those things can't be good. More likely that they're not good than they're good. But we'll talk. We'll hear from her. I mean, she looks great in the paddock from up here. She really does. And Cameo has, we put that, do a fantastic job putting that graphic up. Cameo's numbers off the claim are fantastic. I mean, everything points to her being live today. We have the best morning line odds maker in the country in David Aragona. He's right on the line right now. I thought this filly would be better off the board today, and she's not.
It's a really good point, too. I think that there are questions, as you mentioned, legitimate questions with the way that the horses behind her have run and if she can back up that effort. We'll meet the rest of the field. Sweet as Sugar, as Richie mentioned, she did not show her typical speed last time out.
Had the 2-race win streak snapped, a couple of impressive efforts at Finger Lakes, in fact, and then last time she just did not show up. 3-year-old daughter of Justin Phillip under the gun from the rail.
Dropping in class, here's Boss Cara.
She's taking a lot of money in here, 7-2 in the morning line, down to 5-2. She has one race that lives on an island, 2 starts back, but I guess if the pace collapses, she can come running.
Bells on her toes, back to the dirt.
Yeah, turf to dirt, long to short, class drop down. I know a guy that would be all over this horse 30 years ago.
Here's the number 4, Bastet.
Talk about losing speed. She used to be the speed of the speed in here, and it's hard for her to find the lead now. She's really off form. Thought maybe a barn change would have helped off the claim. It has not.
Here is London Gold, big price.
Yeah, big price, and should be, though her 2 career wins have both come here at the Big A.
Dame Cinco, there she is. Can she repeat that big effort?
Yeah, she cuts back from the 1.5 turn Wilson shoot mile to 6 furlongs. She's 0 for 4 at the distance. She's not taking as much money as I thought as well.
We saw the 7 Beautiful Karen go by. Here's Frosted Wild Ride.
The 2 outside fillies should control the pace in here. Beautiful Karen has races that put her right in the winner's circle. That's the number 7, while the 8 Frosted Wild Ride makes a barn change, hasn't run since February. You'd imagine, as the fastest filly on paper, combined with that layoff, she's going to come back fresh, and they'll be chasing her early, I would imagine.
Naira Bets Saturday contests are here. You can show off your handicapping skills in the $300 online live money contest on Saturdays, featuring racing from Belmont at the Big A. Win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. today. Visit naira.com/contest to learn more. The number 7, Beautiful Karen, another one who didn't show her typical speed last time, but as Richie had mentioned, she had good reason for it too. So take a look at the start. And to be fair, she also finished behind Mosienko, who just won her 3rd race in a row yesterday.
The streaking Mosienko. They may have been scratching their heads to run her in the Gallon Bloom this weekend. My question here is, how bad of a sign is this? She went to the bench in March off of a subpar effort, where she dueled very briefly on the lead and tired. She comes back, now 5, almost turning 6, does not break particularly well, doesn't really recover. Now you see her cutting almost half in the claiming ranks in here. Again, she's turning 6 in 3 months. What are you going to do with her at this point? Is she going to win the 2 other than against New York Breds? In all likelihood, in the form she's in, no. If she finds some of her old form, maybe in the winter she can get one of those 2 other ends under her belt. She has plenty of speed, and now she's the co-favorite. That, I believe, is a good sign. If you think, like I did, that Dame Cinco was going to be the overwhelming favorite in here, the fact that Beautiful Karen is the same price as her right now on the tote board, it's a good sign. I picked the favorites 1, 2 in here. I don't trust either of them as far as they could throw me.
We'll see. The big question with Dame Cinco, too, is she going to run in a straight course today? For more, as horses finish up their warm-ups, let's check in again with Richie.
Yeah, guys, we're just going to talk about the same horse I talked about in the paddock. What I'm seeing out on the racetrack, Sweet as Sugar made a nice impression in the paddock, made a nice impression on the track. Maybe would have liked to have seen a little bit more of an animated warm-up, particularly with the rail draw. But, you know, Luis Saez is aggressive, and I'm sure he will be getting his position going forward. I think the key for Sweet as Sugar is to use her speed. The 6, really interesting, talking about Dame Cinco. She left the pony with Joel Rosario. Now, I was looking at the equipment she had on, straight snaffle bit and a figure 8, no special equipment, no severe bit. And she galloped off straight as a string. He actually galloped her down close to the rail, and she didn't, I mean, obviously she's not going fast, she's just galloping, but she looked like she was very comfortable, very relaxed, and as much as I liked her in the paddock, I liked her even more in the warm-up. I think she's going to be very, very tough to beat here. And the 7 Beautiful Karen, she got an animated warm-up with the pony. Jose Lezcano did stay with the pony, and I actually liked her more on the racetrack than I did in the paddock. She seemed to just kind of brighten up and get a little bit more exuberant about what she's doing out here. But I really like the 6 Dame Cinco. She just really made a nice impression, not just in the paddock, but continued on the warm-up. And I wonder if they haven't figured something out, because at least galloping over to the gate, she couldn't have been any kinder for Joel Rosario.
And Joel Rosario has such soft hands, too. Probably a very good fit for this filly. Richie, thank you. And he mentioned the bit that's the same kind of equipment that she was wearing last time, too. So clearly, both of the connections that had this filly, Dame Cinco, recently haven't felt to put any sort of stronger equipment on her to keep her from drifting. It's a question. Sometimes horses do pick up these kinds of habits, but I'm sure it's something that a rider will be aware of.
Yeah. I would imagine this wisdom, as far as the equipment goes, has been imparted into Mr. Rosario. Not that he misses much anyway. So I'm sure he's watched the replay and knows what to expect when they turn for home. She looks good. Like, again, she looked really good in the paddock. She looks good on the track. Now she's taking some of the money we both seem to think that she was supposed to take. The horse that was really interesting to me in here was the one, Swedish Sugar. Richie keeps mentioning how she looks in the paddock, and he was impressed with her. I'll tell you something, Acacia. If she doesn't have her last race on her card, I would have made a big bet on her today.
Yeah.
But that last race is so bad, especially coming on the heels of the good. And nothing really seemed to change. A month apart, it was the same track, a logical rise in class from the maiden special weight race to the 2 life allowance to the 3 life allowance, and even money, and she just was a complete no-show. It's hard. Now you're getting 4-1 on her if you like her coming off of that effort. It's just hard for me. And I can't imagine in her 2 wins, she was the controlling speed. With both Beautiful Karen and Frosted Wild riding here, it's hard for me to believe she's going to get the lead over either of them, let alone both. So.
Swedish Sugar, 4-1 right now as they lead her towards the starting gate. Can even see her 2 wins, actually. It's even in the short comment up at Finger Lakes that she was slow to load. Look like they're going to keep her for last, it seems. Or there she is, trying to give them a bit of a tough time. So something that the starting gate crew no doubt is aware of, as it is her first race on a Naira track. But this is typical of her being difficult at the starting gate.
And you know what's interesting? There was nothing in the comment line about it last time, and she ran poorly.
And it's funny because, you know, when you watch a replay, you can't see the loading process either, so you wouldn't know if she had been tough then, too. But it looks like they've got her in.
Her 3 starts that she didn't give them a problem, she did not run anywhere near as well as the 2 days she was being a little feisty behind the starting gate. Maybe that's a good sign if you're back there today.
Maybe so. We'll see. The big question, though, can Dame Cinco back up that big effort last time out in Saratoga for her new connections? Race 2, Belmont at the Big A. Coming up next, John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Set for the start of race 2. And they're off. Frosted Wild Ride from the extreme outside. Bastet away well. Swedish Sugar now moves up at the rail. 3 of them across. Beautiful Karen races in 4th. And then it's Bells on her toes in 5th. Dame Cinco on the outside in 6th. London Gold runs in 7th. And farther back is the trailer, Boss Cara, in 8th. Up front, Frosted Wild Ride and Swedish Sugar, and the 2 of them are heads apart for the lead, with Beautiful Karen sitting just off of them in 3rd through a quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds as they go around the far turn. Down at the rail, Swedish Sugar now pokes ahead in front. Beautiful Karen now makes a move, and that move is joined by Dame Cinco on the extreme outside. So it's Beautiful Karen and Dame Cinco. They're right together. Swedish Sugar looking to keep up down at the rail in 3rd. Bastet has now moved into 4th. Frosted Wild Ride has dropped out of it. Half mile in 48 seconds. Here is Dame Cinco on the outside to grab the lead from Beautiful Karen. Dame Cinco in front. Beautiful Karen continues to battle on inside the 8th pole, but now Dame Cinco is clear. Dame Cinco in front by 2. Beautiful Karen in 2nd. And from far back, Boss Cara has moved into 3rd. Dame Cinco is the winner here. Drew away at the end to win by 4.5 lengths. Beautiful Karen second. Then Boss Cara and Bastet.
Dame Cinco with Joel Rosario, straight as can be today. And you could even see, too, Anthony, that he was very quiet on her. And maybe that's something that makes a difference in being able to keep her straight in our course.
Money poured in late, 6-5 when all was said and done. And yeah, you're right, Acacia. He followed Beautiful Karen, who was rating pretty successfully for the first time. She made the first move. Joel and Dame Cinco followed it immediately. The pressure was on Beautiful Karen the entire way. She was 4 wide, the winner was. It wouldn't have mattered if she drifted. She winds up winning by almost 5 lengths. And you're right, though. He is, for me, when I bet on Joel Rosario, I feel like I'm getting my money in the middle with the best in the country. That's my opinion. And part of it is because he knows his horse. And he knows, and I'm sure he studied her and he talked to the connections. And it's kind of hard when they're making the first start off of the claim. But I mean, you see him here. Crop never turned up. Nice and quiet. Never really moved much on her. Just let her do all the work. Even here, he's not moving his hands hardly any, and she's just taking over from Beautiful Karen and running away from her.
And his horses respond to that type of riding as well. Back at Churchill Downs, race number 5 coming up next. It's a maiden special weight going 1.25 miles on the main track. This will be a fun one. Let's see who can handle the distance. Kicking things off in the post parade with the number 1, Laytown.
Took some money in a muddy sealed track at Ellis Park out of that 1.5 turns. Was wide into the stretch. Son of Nyquist out of an AP Indy mare. Shouldn't have much trouble negotiating a little bit more distance.
Gets on a fast main track today as well. Looks like a big strapping colt. Here's number 2, Order of Merit.
This horse ran an interesting debut, going 7 furlongs at Churchill on Arlington Million Day. Son of Honor Code made a little bit of a middle move, was wide. Let's see how he stretches out.
Here's 10 Gauge.
Yeah, getting his 9th try. 4 seconds from his first 8. Son of Gunrunner was second most recently at Ellis.
Midnight Raid is next.
Yeah, ran for a tag. Those were his 2 best races. He tried the turf last time. It looks like they're just trying to find their way with the Son of Brody's Cause.
Let's get some more distance to deal with today. Back on the main track. Here's Bright Spark, New Gelding.
It's the ultimate equipment change. Looking to hit the board for the first time in his 7th start.
He's the biggest price on the board. Here's the 6, Bold Looker, currently your favorite.
A lot of arrogates in here. This one the most accomplished so far. He's hit the board in 3 of his 4 starts. Lone race off the board came at Churchill last fall.
Number 7, Gate Runner is next, another Arrogate.
Yeah, another Arrogate. The blinkers went on last time. They didn't seem to help, going 9 furlongs at Saratoga. He finished 3rd in a similar race in the Slop Kentucky Derby week beneath the Twin Spires.
Away from home to the outside is another big price.
Couple of sprints where he didn't do much running. He ran into the impressive Expressman last time out. He's by Ghost Zapper out of a Distorted Humor mare. If you're looking for a long shot in this field, some people love to play long shots. You could do worse than him at 27-1.
Yeah, that's certainly fair. Expressman wired the field pretty comfortably last time out, and that was his first race off of a layoff. The 6, Bold Looker, meanwhile, is the favorite as he faced some pretty talented horses up at Saratoga in his last couple starts. Even money, Paul, on Bold Looker. What do you make of this one?
Well, tough to gauge, obviously, because Gasoline that day just took the field gate to wire. It seemed like everybody thought, okay, Gasoline couldn't get the distance, and he just kept on going and going and going. And the Son of Arrogate has gotten better with each start, so I can understand why the public is going to this horse as your favorite. Now, the other horse on the outside, Gate Runner, Anthony makes a good point. They put the blinkers on. Did it help? Not much, but, this is another Son of Arrogate that's been having trouble at the gate, and I'm thinking the blinkers went on. Now, he's run the 1.25 mile distance here at Churchill before. I don't know if that has anything to do, if that will help him at all at 5-1, but I thought those were the 2 horses to beat in here. Horses taking money, though, are the 3 and the 1. The 3 10 gauge for Steve Aston. Good second-place finish last time out. Stretch out to this distance. Has been to 1 1/8 miles and has gotten beaten a couple times by a Dirty Nose going 1 mile here at Churchill Downs and then Laytown on the inside. I just thought, with the 6 and the 7 in here with so much foundation, I thought they'd be really tough to handle in here. I'd probably give the edge a tiny bit to the 7 with Flo aboard, because I think Flo will be a little bit more aggressive. There's not much in between the 6 and 7 in here, so I'll take the price here with Gate Runner.
He's offering some value. Paul, thank you. Gate Runner, as this was a horse, Anthony, that I thought he's so big. He might just get, he kind of takes up the entire gate, horses like that, you know, and that's how sometimes they end up breaking slowly if they're not necessarily balanced or proper on their feet. And that might have been something that has happened with Gate Runner.
I know what that's like. I take up the entire stall when I'm in the gate as well. No, it's a good point. I thought the one Laytown was interesting, maybe getting loose on the lead from the rail, stretching out into Joe Talamo. And here you see, you know, ordinarily you see Joe Talamo riding for Dale Romans, but he stays with this Laytown here.
1.25 mile distance of the Kentucky Derby at the home of the Kentucky Derby. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate, and they're off. 10 Gauge bounces out on top on the far outside. Away from Home is racing up after the lead. Bold Looker has some speed as well. Gate Runner is prominent early as they move by us for the first time. But Away from Home has opened up to lead by 2 with 1 circuit to go. Bold Looker comes on in between, and Gate Runner is right there too. Gate Runner up into second. Bold Looker backs off now, opening at the inside for 10 Gauge to save ground to the opening turn. So into the clubhouse turn they go. Away from Home with company from Gate Runner second. 10 Gauge toward the inside third. Bold Looker's racing fourth. 2 lengths back. Bright Spark comes on to be fifth. Order of Merit in between, while 6 Laytown toward the rail in seventh. And it's 2.5 back to Midnight Raid, who is the trailer to the backstretch run. And that opening quarter is pretty sharp for the distance, 23-1. They tried to slow things down to a 48 flat half mile. 5 furlongs to go, and it's Away from Home the leader, prompted by Gate Runner's second. 10 Gauge has been up close throughout and is tucked away toward the rail in third. Bold Looker out of harm's way on the outside fourth, given a nudge there with 4 furlongs to go. Laytown has made some progress down inside. Bright Spark is wide. Order of Merit's been shuffled back second to last, and the trailer is still Midnight Raid. Round the far turn, Gate Runner cranks up the pressure on Away from Home, who's under pressure to hold that lead. Laytown, steady progress, up to be second on the outside. Bright Spark is there, 10 Gauge down toward the rail. Bold Looker has plummeted to the back of the pack. They're off the turn, and it's Gate Runner, clear by 2.5, heading for the 8th pole. 10 Gauge, a clear second. Midnight Raid has rallied up into third. Laytown has flattened out in fourth. It's all Gate Runner, who's got a 4-length lead as they come for the finish, and it will be Gate Runner who wins by just a bit more than that, 5 in the end. 10 Gauge was second, Midnight Raid was third, and Bright Spark was fourth.
Gate Runner, the big son of Arrogate, pulls away from this field comfortably. Clearly, Anthony, he did not mind the distance at all.
He absolutely did not, Acacia. In fact, he relished the distance. They tried him at this trip in the second start of his career, and something tells me Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher was on to something. You know, he beat a bunch of horses today that were trying this for the first time for the most part, and horses that are kind of disappointed. But when you win by 6-7 lengths the way he did, and really seemed to be relishing all that added distance, they may have found the whole card with him. Just give him some, let him eat up as much ground as you possibly give him. If he could turf, that would probably help his cause.
Absolutely, as he is actually the half-brother to multiple graded stakes winner Engage as well, and he's a horse that gets back out to the trip that he obviously prefers. You can see how big he is even in comparison to his lead pony, Florent Giroux, in the saddle for the first time and galloped out well past the wire as well. Nice performance from this 3-year-old colt for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Back at Belmont at the Big A, it was a nice performance for Dame Cinco. Was a claiming race, but first off the claim for Jose Camejo, and Joel Rosario rode this filly flawlessly.
Dame Cinco all around the winner's circle here at the Big A after this filly jiggy jogs, to use a little harness parlance. Nice and easy. I like the fact that Paula used the word dirty nose. I like to say filthy nose. I'm a filthy beat, filthy nose guy. There was no filthy beats or noses with Dame Cinco today. See how many high fives were given out in this winner's circle. Oh, it's a little quiet.
A little quiet there. Yeah, we're hoping for some more. 450. I'm sure there'll be high fives and some more celebration after this as well. Jose Camejo looking to be a mainstay on the NYRA circuit and has definitely made a splash throughout the summer into this fall. That's race 2 in the books. We have a New York bred maiden special weight coming up. We'll also take a look at some of the top fillies who are going to be running this weekend all across the country. Echo Zulu back at Churchill Downs in the Dogwood, and Secret Oath at Parks in the Cotillion.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, a sire whose progeny can carry his speed from all distances on all surfaces. At Churchill Downs, we just saw a horse who seemed very happy indeed to get some more distance to work with for trainer Todd Pletcher. Gate runner back to the 1.25 miles and gets to the winner's circle.
Yeah, it kind of run the same race in the last 3 starts. The distance ranging from 8.5 to 10 furlongs, but a little bit more ground for the son of the late, and I say this strongly, great Arrogate. Gets the job done going to 10 today. I would put up his 4-race run. Arrogates, Travers, Breeders' Cup Classic, Pegasus World Cup, Dubai World Cup. I would put those 4-race streak up against any 4 races any racehorse has ever run.
It's an absolutely tremendous racehorse. It's $11.24 for Gate Runners. Turned out to be a strong sire as well, as his Secret Oath will go forth in the Cotillion this weekend for Wayne Lucas as well. But first, before we get to the Cotillion, we'll preview the Dogwood coming up on Saturday at Churchill Downs, Anthony. And the big question of this race, as we will finally get a chance to see the 2-year-old champion Echo Zulu back on the racetrack. She was a late scratch on track prior to the Acorn after being said to be lame left front. So we'll get a chance to see her back. Does she come back strong, as she just tasted her first defeat in the Kentucky Oaks last time, which might have been one of the best races she's run?
Oh, look, another daughter of a gun runner. After the defeat in the Kentucky Oaks, a race in which I think you can argue was her best race ever. She was asked to come from off the pace. The pace was pretty wicked. And she gets beat just 3 lengths to filly. I mean, Secret Oath and Nest. What else do you need to know about the 3-year-old filly division this year? That's it. Steve Asmussen, her Hall of Fame trainer, said steady diet of 1-turn races. He tried to start that in the Acorn. Something happened, and now we haven't seen her for a while. I'll tell you what, Acacia, she's even money on the morning line. She is perfect in 3 starts, including 2 grade 1s around 1 turn. This, even though it's a grade 3, this is some spot they picked to bring her back beneath the lights and the Twin Spires at Churchill tomorrow night.
It's not an easy spot, and that does include Steve Asmussen's other runner with the likes of Wicked Halo, who's on a 3-race win streak. You've got Tarabi, who's very talented as well for Cherie DeVoe. It came up with Salty Field. As you take a look at the stake schedule that will be showing on America's Day at the Races, so it's going to be a jam-packed Saturday, of course, highlighting a lot of really great stakes action, including that grade 3 Dogwood. Looking forward to all of that. We also have the Pennsylvania Derby and Cotillion from Parks that will be showing you. Looking forward to that bonus coverage. And speaking of the daughter of Arrogate, Secret Oath, of course, winner of the Kentucky Oaks this year, but she's been facing a beast known as Nest on the Nyrett Circus since then.
She certainly has. Those 2 races up in Saratoga, in both the Coaching Club American Oaks and the Alabama, Nest has asserted herself and wrapped up, you would imagine, that 3-year-old filly championship. Here she is, Kentucky Oaks, getting the job done, making the first move. That's Echo Zulu, right inside of her, who was right on top of the pace. She made the move into Echo Zulu. She puts away the 2-year-old juvenile filly champion, and then she's going to hold off her rival Nest and getting the job done, putting the lilies around her neck in about 10 minutes after.
Actually, they were around Wayne's neck.
They were around Wayne's neck?
Yes.
Yeah, not surprised. Look, Nest has certainly grabbed the mantle and has taken that division by the horns. And this filly came out of the CCA Oaks. I think a lot of people thought she was a little worse for wear, and she ran really, really well in the Alabama. She came back and, really showed just how good and what kind of substance she's made of. I wonder how much this campaign starts to take out of her now. She's raced an awful lot, Acacia.
And against the boys twice in the likes of the Arkansas Derby and the Preakness as well.
This has been a tough campaign. There's a lot of miles both in a van and on her legs under her this year.
Wait for it.
Was it coming up?
I think so. Where is he?
Where's the coach? I don't see him.
Usually he's got the cowboy hat. I think that's him in the cowboy hat. Yeah, he's got the lilies. You can see it a little bit in there, but there's a great picture of him with the lilies on. I don't know what happened. Maybe she didn't like the flower blanket across her shoulders, but fittingly, there he is.
That's great. That's a great shot. Yeah. And there she is in in her stall. Yeah, it's always good to see the stars out in the sport, and she's fantastic.
Yeah.
She's fantastic for the game because she dances a lot of dances, tried the boys a couple of times. From a gambling point of view, right? We're here for the horses, and we're here trying to make some money. I think she's a little vulnerable tomorrow down in Bensalem, PA.
That's right.
I spent a lot. That is the coldest, beyond a shadow of a doubt, the coldest place on earth is the backstretch at Parks.
I will not argue with that.
Freezing.
Very, very cold.
Yes.
And it's not easy to get in there either.
It's not.
It's like Fort Knox on the backstretch.
It's like playing Legend of Zelda for you old gamers out there. Yeah, trying to find the right flower pot in Super Mario Brothers. Just trying to get into that place. Yeah, you'd think there were gold Cougarans all over the place.
We get ready to continue on with our live racing. There's today's Flavor making his first start on the East Coast for trainer Doug O'Neill. We'll talk more about him and the rest of this Race 3 field, Belmont at the Big A, after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York racing help support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York horse racing.
Lexitonian, a consistent top-level performer from east to west. A debut winner at 2, winning and placing in multiple Grade 1 races, following the footsteps of his sire Speightstown to win the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, and placing second in the Grade 1 Bing Crosby and Grade 1 Churchill Downs Stakes, out of the daughter of a Grade 1 test winner. He has the pedigree, the speed, and the looks to succeed. Lexitonian, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Acacia, Anthony, Paul, and Richie. Glad to have you with us as we get ready for the New York breds in race number 3, Belmont at the Big A, going 7 furlongs on the main track. It's a maiden special weight here. Today's Flavor, New York bred, who has had his first 3 starts in California for trainer Doug O'Neill. He comes here to try his fellow state-bred friends for the first time, Anthony.
3 starts dating back to a year and a half ago. Second in all 3, fresh gelding. First start since last November.
Here's the number 2, Midnight Express, first-time starter.
Yeah, Midnight, son of Midnight Loot for Steve Clasaris, gets Lasix for the debut, and Trevor McCarthy at a big price.
Rafua, blinkers coming off.
Fresh gelding as well. Tried the state breds one time. He finished 3rd back in July over at beautiful Belmont Park.
He's 9-1 on the board with Jose Gomez. Here's the 4, Central Pride, back on dirt.
Surface switch. The blinkers keep going on and off. Joel Rosario's going to look to go back-to-back on the card. So this is a nice drill on September 15th, going 36.
Another horse turf to dirt. Here's Conquest.
Yeah, Andy Serling seems to think this horse is going to run better on the dirt after a couple of decent tries on the turf. We'll see, cutting back onto the main track, how much speed he has.
Here's another firster, Baldassar.
Yeah, out of a first full Son of Honor code. Gelding for his debut. Ho-hum work tab, to say the least.
I'll say, looked pretty nice in that warm-up under Luis Saez. Here's Ocean's Reserve.
The East Coast version of your even money favorite, the number 1 Today's Flavor. 3 consecutive second-place finishes. At last 2 starts at 6-5 and even money. Lost by a neck 3 back, a nose 2 back, and a length and a half last time. You know, the 2 favorites in here have both proverbially burned money in their last 6 starts combined. But it was very, very hard to find somebody besides one of these 2 horses to get their picture taken today.
So we take a look at today's Flavor. The one thing that he has going for him, too, despite being a new gelding, is it is his first time facing restricted New York bred company. As we take a look at his last race at Del Mar, going a mile. He'll cut back a little to the 7 here. Was beaten as the heavy favorite that afternoon. He comes right in from California training at San Luis Rey. But obviously, Anthony, being that he's a New York bred and looked like he should have won this last race, you kind of start to run out of options, and taking on state-bred company makes sense for him.
Yeah, and the problem here is that race that we just watched, he has to win that race.
Yeah. I thought so, too.
He has to win that race, and he didn't. And now another big break. You know what's weird about his form, Acacia? He runs in in April of his 3-year-old year. Then he doesn't show up again until November, later on in the year. And you say to yourself, well, he was gone all those months, right? 7.5 months. Doug O'Neill ran him back in 16 days. And he runs dynamite, lights out, should have won. Just got beat a neck. Now you don't see him again for almost 10 months. You know, it's hard to trust him, especially as a prohibitive favorite. He is an odds-on favorite right now when he has a horse that's really not that much slower than him in the number 7 Ocean's Reserve.
Today's Flavor. He's even money. Now let's check in trackside with Richie.
Listen, you understand why today's Flavor is the flavor of the day. I mean, he's a horse, a New York bred, that's run against Open Company 3 consecutive seconds. He's run well. You know, he has a 57-3 work, which you'll see more prevalently in California than you would ever see that on a New York track horses. We just don't work our horses as fast. It's funny, as a jockey, when I rode in New York, you'd get yelled at if you worked one too fast. In California, you'd get yelled at if you worked one too slow. They want to see their horses work. I'll be honest with you, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more energy level from him in the warm-up. You know, he looked fine, and nothing I can say negative. I just would have liked to seen a little more animation in his stride, a little bit more you know, exuberance, if you will. I thought there were other places to go. Horse that warmed up absolutely the best. I don't know if he's good enough, but the 5, Conquest, getting back to the dirt. This horse was animated. He had great extension to his stride, particularly at the trot. Was very strong with the pony, and Jose Ortiz both had their hands full just keeping him on the ground. I've watched that horse train with John Kimmel. He's a friend of mine, and I'll go out to the barn and watch horses train with him, and the horse trains very, very well on the dirt, and I think he's going to be happy getting back to the dirt. The 6-horse Balthazar, first-time starter for Jimmy Bond. What a nice-looking son of Honor Code. Really, he looked great, well turned out, dappled out. He left the pony with Luis Saez, and I got to be honest with you, I think from a mental perspective, he'll probably need a race to really get the light bulb to go on, but he looks like a horse that has ability, and I do think we'll be hearing from Balthazar as we go forward. And the 7-horse Oceans Reserve, he's a horse that kind of wants to pull up when he hits the front. Javier Castellano's got to time it well. He's 3 consecutive seconds. He kind of opened up last time, looked like he was on his way to victory and got caught. I think very much he's the horse to beat. He's who I'm going to pick. But I got to be honest with you. I just wonder his desire when it comes down to crunch time. He's got to show that he really wants to be the herd leader of this pack. We'll see. It's a very interesting New York bred maiden race. One of the tougher ones you'll see. I'm sure it is.
Really competitive, Richie, and just speaks to the quality and the depth of the New York bred program. As we take a look at Oceans Reserve, and I think Richie's point is well taken, the fact that this horse has run very well, Anthony. In fact, 3 consecutive 80 Beyer speed figures. They've all been second place finishes, though, and there kind of comes a point, both him and Today's Flavor, when you start to wonder, does he really have it in him?
Yeah, does he want to win? I mean, it sounds so simple. But when these second place finishes start piling up, right? The worst proverbial disease a racehorse can have is seconditis. Your Naira bets and your bankroll, that's a terrible disease for that, as well. They both have suffered from this very, and you know, you can say that Oceans Reserve should have got the job done last time, and I don't disagree with that, but if you said who should have won last time, Today's Flavor or Oceans Reserve, Today's Flavor has to get out of the maiden ranks last time. And at the very least, you're getting a better price on Oceans Reserve and a ton of recency. I also think, you know, Oceans Reserve hasn't been seen since July 28th, so you're talking about just about 8 weeks. Maybe the little bit of a freshening. And this horse hasn't missed a beat. This horse ran on the 28th of July and returned to the work tab on August 14th. Leah Giamatti just has not run him. I think that freshening might do him some well.
It's a great point, too. Sometimes mentally takes a lot as well. There is your favorite, though, Today's Flavor. New Gelding by Lauban, trying New York bred company for the first time in his 4th start. Nice to see him as a new face here on the East Coast. Manny Franco going to be aboard for Doug O'Neill. Inside and outside, taking most of the money quickly. Anthony, any other horses in the body in the middle that you thought could be interesting underneath at a price?
Not really. Dynamite drop in, Monty. No. By the way, top and bottom, you know what they call that, right?
What's that?
The pajama game.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be a pajama. I wonder if Johnny I knows that one.
I'm sure he does. There goes Rafua, as that one has been gelded. Coming back as well, off a bit of a freshening. Your favorite, Today's Flavor, though, to the inside. Race 3, Belmont at the Big A. John and Brielle standing by.
And Oceans Reserve. They're in the gate. And they're off on number 1. Today's Flavor jumped up at the start, trails the field. Out for the lead is Baldassar, and on the outside is Ocean's Reserve with Conquest right there in third. Break of 3 to Refua, who runs in fourth. Then comes Central Pride in fifth. After that very awkward beginning, Today's Flavor has advanced into sixth, and farther back is Midnight Express, who trails. The leader is first-time starter Baldassar by 3/4 of a length. Ocean's Reserve on the outside in second through a quarter in 24 seconds. Conquest is next in third, 5 lengths. Back to Refua. Today's Flavor is down at the rail. Then Central Pride. And farther back and way back in the field is Midnight Express. And the field is going around the far turn. Baldassar, Ocean's Reserve. They are 1-2. They now have 3 lengths on Conquest in third as Today's Flavor continues to gain down at the rail. And in between horses is Refua. The field is coming for the top of the stretch. The half went in 48-3. It is Baldassar and Ocean's Reserve on the outside. Refua is in third. Today's Flavor is down at the rail as they come for the 8th pole. Baldassar digging down on the inside. Ocean's Reserve on the outside. It is Baldassar narrowly. Ocean's Reserve all out on the outside. The two of them will fight it out to the finish. It is Baldassar with a head in front, and Baldassar wins it. First time out under jockey Luis Saez. Ocean's Reserve was second, and Refua finished third.
Baldassar, the first-time starter with the win under Luis Saez, though I don't know, Anthony, if he or Ocean's Reserve, if either of them really wanted to win.
I mean, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Dead aim. Dead aim for Ocean's Reserve. I not even the length of the stretch. I mean, from the half-mile pole to the wire.
With a first-time starter who's hanging on his left lead, little green there.
And you catch a huge break when Today's Flavor just jumps at the start, and you got to first-time starter go 7 furlongs first time out. I'll say this too, and here's the start here with Today's Flavor. You see him breaking from the inside draw in the familiar.
Oh, he leapt
purple,
right up at the start.
Yeah, right up. Then he came. I mean, just he ran well after the start. But getting back to the winner, there were some signs for the winner. Source was announced as a gelding in November of last year. So gelded, you would assume the horse was in the entry box at some point, and something went amiss, and all of this time later, another 10 months later, I should say, able to gut it out. I mean, listen, fortunate to get out of the maiden ranks as well. When you have Ocean's Reserve bearing down at you, man, that's got to be a great feeling if you bet on the horse in front.
Now the 4th consecutive second-place finish for Ocean's Reserve is Jim Bond, based up in Saratoga. Of course, his sons, Kevin and Ryan, a huge part of the operation as well.
Don't forget Tina. She'll get very angry if we don't mention Tina's name.
How do you know I wasn't already going to say Tina?
I had to make sure I got it in there.
Tina is a huge part of it. But the thing about Tina, too, is that she knows everything that goes on from top to bottom. You ask her about any horse, the pedigree, the background, she knows everything. And I think that's super cool. Tina's the boss of the whole thing. We know that.
1,000,000%.
Nice first time out winner, Churchill Downs. Race number 6 is our next order of business. 6.5 furlongs on the main track for a $32,000 claiming race. Carmelito to kick off the post parade.
Second off the claim for Gennaro Garcia, who's hit with half of his limited starters, 4 so far at the meet, drops in from the allowance ranks to back for the tag.
Here's the 2 turf to dirt for Trap Valley.
Yeah, off the board on the turf, sprinting last time out. Gets an extra furlong and back to the main track this afternoon.
14-1 on that one. Here's the 3 Masai Man had a win last time out.
Yeah, but Beltara Park 0 for 1 at Churchill, 0 for 3 at the distance. Figure-wise, that was the second best race of his career last time.
Currently your favorite on the drop here is Aggressivity.
Aggressivity, second off the Jason Cook claim. Another one that's dropping in. Hear Me Song came back and won a contentious allowance race last week at Churchill.
As did Kavod, so the top 2 finishers coming back to win. Here's Mo's Mojo.
Yeah, off a win for 25. Slight bump from a July layoff. Does own 3 of his 4 career wins beneath the Twin Spires.
Shadow Matter taking a drop in class.
Yeah, double drop. Claim for 40. Tried the 62.5 last time. Now in for the 32. Another with a couple of wins here. It's kind of off form, though.
Here's the 7, Spankhurst, turf to dirt going by, and the 8, So Union.
Spankhurst cuts back. So Union, a horse that's won just 3 times in his career, tries these 32s now. He's done his better work, I think, over a wet track. He's 2 for 3 with a third over wet tracks.
That's the field for the 6th at Churchill Downs. We check in with Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, guys, another confusing race, and this will start off your late pick 5 here at Churchill Downs, and I think this is a sequence that could pay a ton of money, and I really don't know where to start in here. I'll start with the 1, Carmelito, on the inside. You know, Gennaro Garcia, very underrated trainer. Most of his barn is at Horseshoe at Indianapolis. And this claimed this horse for $20,000 here at Churchill Downs, off a decent effort from Juan Cano, who didn't have the greatest of meets. And this horse got some speed pumped into him last time out. Now gets the bug boy Rene Diaz, and I think could be a threat here at 16-1 from the rail. When you look at some of the other runners in here, Shadow Matter is, to me, the Ricky Bobby horse, right? I mean, let's be honest. If you just draw a line through that last race, Robertino Diodoro claimed this horse from Dallas Stewart. There's like 5 races on this horse's form that would absolutely kill this field. And I would think, obviously, the one to catch if Tyler wants to send, but is he the same horse? Now, when you get to the 4, Aggressivity, he comes out of that live race of Hear My Song that a lot of horses have been coming out of, and it seems like he's been sort of the track pick around here and sort of the buzz pick. But I'm going to land on the 7, Spankhurst. And the reason why is you draw a line through that turf effort. Nice little win around 2 turns with Horacio Clarimanos aboard. A lot of you people in Maryland know him, one of the best turf riders out there. But I like some of the other efforts going 7 furlongs and 6 furlongs. He can keep himself close. He lost to Jalen Journey. I think Jalen Journey's got a big shot in the stakes tomorrow night. So I think the 7 here has got a big look.
All right, Paulie, thank you. Spankhurst back to the surface that he obviously prefers. Mentioned Jalen Journey. Has a lot of talent. That horse, Julian Leperoux, going to be aboard this one. He showed speed at Colonial 2 starts back.
Yeah. This is an interesting race. This would be one of those races. I have a rule of thumb. If you're 6-1 or higher, I will not try to talk you off of a horse. Mm-hmm. I don't need to be responsible for a $15 winner and you getting mad at me. I mean, everybody has to have their parameters in life. That's mine. I don't know if I would talk anybody off anybody in here. Mm-hmm. Anyone off anybody in here. This is that kind of race where you probably don't want to take too short of a price. But yeah, I mean, he made a lot of good points for Spankhurst, and Spankhurst is the right price. I think of the horses that you would, if you anointed half the field the most likely to win, he'd be one of them, and he's probably the best price of those horses.
The 6, Shadow Matter, now your favorite for Robertino Diodoro. And I know he ran an 81 Beyer speed figure 2 starts back at Saratoga when he ran for 40 for Dallas, but he didn't run much that day.
You said one thing in that statement that would stop me from talking you off of him. Mm-hmm. Trained by Robertino Diodoro. Yeah. The price stinks. Mm-hmm. But he got to run him one time off the claim, and he kind of lost all chance at the start. His day was over. Against
a really tough field, too.
Certainly exponentially better than what he's facing. I mean, he's facing, quite frankly, a lot of horses who off their last race, you wouldn't want to bet any kind of money on them. So I wouldn't take him at that price. I probably would have landed on Carmelito in here. Just getting a little goofy on the drop for a barn that's started to meet out well. That's going to be a giant price. I think he was 16-1. So.
Race 6, an interesting one, sprinting on the main track at Churchill Downs. Travis Stone standing by.
They're in the gate, and they're off. So Union toward the outside. Shadow Matter, slight bobble coming out of there. They cross over to the main track, and they're stacked across early. In between, Aggressivity up for a short lead. Spankhurst is there. Must-I Man toward the rail. Mo's Mojo right up and on the pace. Shadow Matter backs out with So Union. The back two are Trap Valley and Carmelito the trailer. So down the backstretch they go. Must-I Man and Aggressivity. These two going head-to-head through an opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. And Mo's Mojo comes on 3 wide. Spankhurst comes on 4 wide. 4 across the track with 3 furlongs to go. And Shadow Matters just waiting in behind while 5th. Trap Valley down inside 6th. Carmelito 7th. So Union has dropped back to trail. At the top of the stretch, Spankhurst with a wide trip so far has put the white blinkers in front. Mo's Mojo fights on. Shadow Matter is there. Carmelito rallying boldly down the center. 1 furlong to go. Anyone's race. Here's Shadow Matter. Here's Carmelito. Aggressivity fights on toward the rail. 16th now. Shadow Matter digs down. Carmelito surges. Here's the wire. Shadow Matter got it. Hard-fought winner there. Carmelito settles for 2nd. Aggressivity was 3rd. It's tight for 4th.
Shadow Matter on the drop in class, digging in under Tyler Gaffalione as Carmelito tried to make it interesting late.
Yeah, Tyler Gaffalione and Bug Boy Rene Diaz going to go at it here. They're going to exchange some bumps, too. We'll see if it's the old days of Thunder Edits at Robbins Racing. Even the 7, who was kind of backing out of there a little bit, Spankhurst was affected a little bit. I think right here again, I can't tell. I would imagine, Acacia, the stewards are going to look at this. And I wonder how much this came down to the journeyman and Tyler Gaffalione just being able to outfinish the Bug Boy Rene Diaz. Nice stretch duel. Things got a little tight there, like I said. It looks like to me like they're rubbing and brushing a little bit. I wonder if, again, if the inquiry sign gets hung here.
As it did seem, Shadow Matter going well, digging in on the inside, all the strength of Tyler Gaffalione, and a very strong rider he is on display there, as he might have had just a little bit more class as well over the number 1 Carmelito, who did close really well. It looked like it was the number 6 Shadow Matter digging in 6-1. We'll see if the stewards take a look at any of that bumping going on, particularly with the number 7 Spankhurst being squeezed back at a pivotal moment in the race, though I agree with you, it did look like he was pretty much stopping at that point.
It looked like his day was over, but that doesn't give you a right to saw him off and take his path away.
We've got the head-on to take a look at as well. Big thanks to our team for getting that queued up. As keep an eye on the number 6 Shadow Matter and the number 1 Carmelito. They're the 2 widest horses out there, as there is an inquiry and objection posted. The 7 in the yellow cap is the one that's going to take the worst of it there.
Now, right there, just like Oakhurst was just backing out of there. But you see Shadow Matter coming out, and they're bumping.
Yep, drifting quite a bit there. Yeah.
Yeah, they could make a change here. They could make a change here. You know, if we're able to see it on the pan and then you take a look at what it looked like on the head-on, they came out a couple of paths. There were a couple of bumps as well. Take another look at this head-on occasion.
And I think in particular, yes, the 7 does get squeezed back there. It looks like the horse in the pink cap as well.
I believe,
5, yeah, it looks like Mo's Mojo came out on him a touch too. But right here is where it's really significant, where the 6, your unofficial winner Shadow Matter, really drifts out after left-handed urging as well into the number 1 Carmelito, where the number 1 Carmelito, his momentum would have been cut off at that point in a pivotal part of the race.
The last bump, maybe 6 jumps from the wire, could be the undoing of the favorite in here, of the unofficial winner, Shadow Matter. And you'll see it here as we slow it down. There's going to be a final bump. I believe it just happened. And that bump right there could be the blow that gets him taken down.
And you see Rene Diaz, the apprentice, kind of being a little bit more quiet on his horse. He's got to be able to keep his balance and his horse's balance as well when there is drifting in that kind of case too. And no matter what, you're going fast like that and you have another one coming into you, it really does stop him, and after a slim margin of victory too.
Yeah, very slim. And you see, Rene Diaz did a good thing there. Carmelito, when he was rallying down the center of the track, he had his crop in his right hand. And he kind of came in a little bit, and him and Shadow Matter met. There wasn't a real bump there, but they met. He immediately, I think Rene Diaz is a heck of a rider, by the way.
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
He switched his crop to his left hand and immediately corrected it. At the same time, Tyler Gaffalione did the exact same thing, and that's when Shadow Matter started to drift and initiate the bumping.
Inquiry and objection into the 6th at Churchill Downs involving the unofficial winner, number 6, Shadow Matter, over the number 1, Carmelito, as these two closing down to the wire. And yeah, you brought it up, Anthony. You could see it on the pan shot, but it looks particularly egregious on the head-on when you do see that bumping and drifting going on in the stretch.
And Acacia, literally 2 jumps past the wire, Carmelito has his head in front. So it was that close.
And at that point, you mentioned Rene Diaz, the rider of the 1, putting his crop back in his left hand. When a horse comes over on you, he really couldn't use the crop in his left hand.
You can see it right
so
here
tight.
if you're watching the head-on. He's going to switch his stick right now. As soon as he got bumped the first time, he wanted to try to get his horse off of the horse that was coming out to give himself the best chance. I love 2 things. The correction there to try to get Carmelito off Shadow Matter, and the fact that he was able to do it as strongly as he was able to do it and never lose his balance, like you mentioned, and his momentum.
Inquiry and objection. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, guys, I'm standing there. I listened to both guys' arguments. Rene Diaz said, listen, to the stewards, I was going to go buy this horse twice. He bumped me, first of all. I thought I was going by. Then the second bump, I thought I was going by as well. And he cost me my momentum. Now, Tyler Gaffalione got on the phone and said, hey, listen, at the top of the lane, he was leaning on me. He caused the contact first, so I was just getting my horse out. Now, I'm with Anthony. Now, I get it. I'll give you the first bump, but you're supposed to correct after that first bump. This is a tough call for the stewards. When Tyler Gaffalione got off the phone, Rene Diaz looked at me and sort of smiled because he couldn't believe what he was saying. But listen, this is a really tough call. And if you look at Rene towards the end of this race, he kind of stopped riding a little bit, and the margin got a little bit closer towards the end. So maybe it's split 50-50 up there, and maybe they're just waiting on one other vote.
All right, Paul, thank you. As each rider would go on the phone, make his case to the stewards, and then the stewards will make a decision after hearing the arguments and watching back the replay. The question, with a foul of this sort, Anthony, too, is did it cost the runner-up a better placing? I would say that it did, because as Paul had mentioned, you saw Rene Diaz just not able to use his left-handed crop because of the 6 coming out into him.
I know how many times Tony and Phyllis Stabile have said it, but how many times have Brian and Sherry Courtney told you 2 wrongs don't make a right?
That's very true. Yep.
Tyler Gaffalione's argument that he started, I mean, it's as schoolyard as it gets. I don't disagree. But I felt like they met when Carmelito came in. And I feel like Tyler, as you said, it looked like he was far more aggressive. He didn't stop. He didn't try to correct it. Rene Diaz did. And that's why if I was a steward, and now listen, I picked Carmelito, so I would like to see a change here. But if I'm a steward and that's the argument presented to me, and I watch one guy try to correct and the other guy encourage, I take this horse now.
Inquiry and objection still going on involving the top 2 finishers. You see the horses waiting to see who will get their picture taken. The jockeys standing close by as well. This is what happened. And yes, the outside runner Carmelito closing. Left-handed crop comes in a little bit at this point, and then switches immediately back to his left hand. I think that's the important thing for your runner-up right there, as the number 6 Shadow Matter and Tyler Gaffalione continue to come out.
That last bump should have been his undoing, but
no change in the order of finish. I'm surprised after the length of that inquiry.
Me too. Normally when they take that long, it usually goes to the second place finisher or the horse that finished worse than the other, but I don't know. I would have made a change just based on no
change. No, that's the 6.
Oh, yeah, that's the 6. Yeah.
Yep, number 6 Shadow Matter and Tyler Gaffalione do get their picture taken. No change in the order of finish at Churchill Downs. 6-1. It's official in the 6th at Churchill. We have more live racing coming from Belmont at the Big A. After this, it's time for race number 4, New York Bred Allowance, after this break.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That's a look at who that's me in the paddock, getting Flavien Prat aboard, leaving for the fourth race, going 6 furlongs. It's this New York bred allowance coming up, and who that's me. You have to say that name pretty slowly.
You just
too.
like to say it.
I do. I think it's fun.
Why do you got to say it slowly? Who, that's me.
Because it's WHOHOO.
I don't know what that means.
I always want to say woohoo.
Oh.
That's why. Yeah, hoo, that's me.
Who, that's me.
As we'll take a look at the post parade, the pick 6 kicking off here at Belmont at the Big A.
Who's the one,
Starting
Acacia?
with who, that's me.
9-5, Flavien Prat aboard for the last 2. Nice win, 2 back. Ran into a horse that ran his eyeballs out. Perfect Munnings on a muddy sealed track last time back to the fast ground today.
Horse with plenty of speed. Here's Foolish Ghost.
Second time off the Rudy claim. Second time off a 2-month break. This horse is fast early, has others to deal with in here, namely
this one. Excellent timing. Another one with speed, second off the bench.
He's fast, too. He came out of the Perfect Munnings race, 7 furlongs off an 13-month layoff, caught a muddy sealed track. He's back to fast ground as well. He's a New York bred stakes winner here at the Big A.
Jade's Dream off the claim.
He loves all this speed in here. Blinkers go back on. Jose Ortiz goes on. He'd need a big collapse, but he's a giant price.
Here is Quick Return off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez.
Yeah, big bump in class from the 16 against Open to the 45 against the State Breds. He's in nice form in his last 2 since moving his attack to the New York circuit.
It's another horse in nice form, majority partner.
Yeah, Linda Rice horses have come into this meet guns blazing. This horse has 2 open-length victories in his last 2. He's stepping up, but he can improve.
Unique Unions had a nice win last out.
Yeah, one from just off the pace. The fact that he was able to rate should bode well for him in this race.
The second for Rudy Rodriguez, here's Big Engine.
Rail runner with all the speed in here. Trevor McCarthy, who's won aboard him, should be able to get him down on the inside, and hopefully the rail opens for him and he comes running late. He is way too big of a price with all the speed in here at 8-1.
He really is. As Hugh mentioned, he's the type of horse who prefers to run down inside. Big Engine. We'll see if he gets some pace to run at here. But there's a look at your favorite, who is a closer as well, Flavien Prat, giving who that's me a big warm-up out there on track, as comes out of the same race as you mentioned. His excellent timing. There was no catching Perfect Munnings by anybody that day.
No, Perfect Munnings got the jump, and Perfect Munnings was long gone. Who That's Me. He had dealt with one other wet track in his career. It was completely different. It was a sloppy track over at Belmont Park as a 2-year-old going long. This day, he was just second best, and it was a nice effort. The winner ran in the mid-90s, buyer figure, and nice effort to see him closing along the inside to get the place money. He makes way too much sense in this heat. Clothes are in good form, ton of pace in here, questionable speed too. You know, there was a time where Foolish Ghost would be the overwhelming favorite in this race, not only because of his speed figures, but because just how fast he was. And he's still fast. But now, you know, he's turning 8 in a few months. You have horses like Excellent Timing who came back ready to roll first off the bench. He figures to keep him company on the front end today.
There's a look at your favorite, Who That's Me. Richie, we saw Flavien Prat give this colt a pretty exuberant warm-up out there.
Yeah, absolutely, Acacia, with Who That's Me. I like this horse. I mean, he's the favorite, but he's a horse that has a little bit of trouble sometimes leaving the gate. Last time he kind of got buffeted about a little bit and got squeezed slightly leaving the gate. And I know some people disagree with me, but I like post one for horses like that. You have more room to work with to your inside. You're not running the risk of getting squeezed between two horses. He's going to get outrun anyway. You just don't want to get knocked back or squeezed back. He takes kickback well. He negotiated a really good trip last time under Flavien Prat after, again, kind of getting hampered leaving the starting gate. And I think that today he can work out a better trip from the inside. The 3, Excellent Timing. Just looks outstanding. Ran arguably the best race of his life last time, first time in the Rob Atras barn, and I thought he took a big step forward. He's got to show, though, that he can maybe just sit off of one because you don't want him to get hooked up with Foolish Ghost. Does look like there's ample speed in here. The 7-horse Unique Unions just made a real nice impression. And the fact that he showed the ability to rate last time and sit just off of horses, he projects to kind of get that nice, sweet, similar type of trip as last time. And then to the outside, a horse that really would like to see things heat up on the front end is the 8 Big Engine. And I agree with Anthony's assessment that he's a horse that likes to run down inside. I thought last time it took him a while to kind of run through the kickback. The kickback was kind of severe in Saratoga, a little bit harsher than normal, and he finally got rolling the last 1/8 of a mile. But Trevor McCarthy knows him well, and even with that post, I'm sure he's going to find a way to work his way towards the inside. And something we haven't talked about today, guys, horses down the backstretch have a headwind. There's a wind coming from the north to the south. I think it's probably contributing to a little bit of the slower fractions early, especially the one-turn, elongated one-turn races here at Aqueduct. And we saw earlier in a turf race when they broke in front of the grandstand, the tailwind kind of pushed them along. The first fraction was very fast before it moderated. So I think the wind playing a slight factor today, at least in the timing of some of these races.
A great point to bring up, Richie, as we see that the number 3, Excellent Timing, has actually now moved on to favoritism, co-favorite with the number 1. This horse has made a lovely impression out on the racetrack, and he's a big player in this spot. Anthony, how do you see the pace playing out, though, with the presence of Foolish Ghost to his inside?
You know, despite being a little more advanced in age than Excellent Timing, I would imagine Foolish Ghost gets a step on him and gets the jump on him early on in here. You see, here's Foolish Ghost doing what he does, taking him flag fall to that's all back at beautiful Belmont Park, able to, for him, get to a pretty easy lead and able to hold off Big Engine, who's back out of me. And I see here Big Engine, you can't go where there's no room. And he had to come around Foolish Ghost that day. But Foolish Ghost, like I said, he was able to kind of control that pace that afternoon. And I would imagine that Excellent Timing and Arad Ortiz Jr. are not going to give him that luxury this afternoon.
Kendrick Armouche, though, as we often talk about, a very strong gate rider, and this is a horse with quite a bit of early speed, and that really is his best weapon, Foolish Ghost. I mean, he's been known to open up a couple lengths lead on the front end.
Yeah. But can he shake away
Yep.
from a horse like Excellent Timing, who came back ready to roll off the bench? I mean, that's a big effort. 7/8, a muddy sealed track.
Ran a good race that day.
He ran a giant race that day. Going to, the most impressive thing about that race is he's able to go to 7 and, live to tell the tale at the wire. Just gets beat a half length for second, right? I mean, he ran really, really well in his first. And it was, let's also not take into account the fact that he was making his first start for a barn in the Rob Atras barn. That I don't. This may have been the best effort from any horse in the Rob Atras barn at the Saratoga meet.
It was a tough meet for the barn.
It was a tough meet for the barn, and this horse was a bright spot, even though he only finished 3rd. This was a bright spot. So now the barn comes back. They're 2 for 8 to start the meet. I don't know. I don't have the updated figs from yesterday, but the barn's doing what they normally do. They're winning. These horses are running again. So when the barn goes well, and the fact that when this barn takes money and this horse is 9 to 5 into the 2 to 1 of woohoo, that's me. I did what you said you didn't want to do. Called them woohoo. Woohoo, that's me. That's a great sign for this barn when the money comes in.
Well, we'll see, as he is currently the favorite now. Excellent timing going in for this New York Bred Allowance race 4 at Belmont at the Big A. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Set for the start of the pick 6. And they're off. There goes Excellent Timing to grab the early lead with Foolish Ghost down on the inside in second, and Unique Unions is next in third. Hoo-hoo, that's me at the rail in fourth. Majority Partner moves up now from 5th. Then comes Quick Return, followed by Big Engine. Jade's Dream trails the field in 8th. Excellent Timing steps away here to lead by 3.5 lengths. Foolish Ghost and Unique Unions right together, second and third through a quarter and 22 and 2/5 seconds. The field is midway around the far turn now. Excellent Timing on top, 2.5 lengths. Unique Unions on the outside, Foolish Ghost down at the rail. They're right together, second and third. And then Majority Partner next in fourth, followed by Hoo-hoo, that's me, and Quick Return. They are at the top of the stretch, and it is Excellent Timing. Unique Unions driving up on the outside now. Here comes Unique Unions. Excellent Timing on the inside. The two of them are together. Majority Partner now moves into third, and Hoo-hoo, that's me is right there as they come for the 16th pole. It is Unique Unions, Majority Partner, Big Engine with a big late move on the far outside. Hoo-hoo, that's me in between horses. They come for the finish. Big Engine got there. Big Engine by a head. Majority Partner a close second, and the time was 1 minute 12 seconds.
Big Engine with a big sweeping move. There's Rudy Rodriguez giving fist pumps all around. Trevor McCarthy in the saddle.
Rudy watched from his lucky spot.
Yep.
When Rudy watches from that perch, good things usually happen. He never got to play the get him surrounded game. Foolish Ghost just doesn't have the speed he used to. Excellent Timing was 3 in front of him in the bat of an eye. Didn't prove to go well for either of the speeds in here, but kind of what you figured, a little bit of a pace collapse. The closers came running, led by Big Engine, who said, I don't need no stinking rail today. I'm going to come into the 5-path and show you guys I'm as versatile as they get.
What a cool horse, 9 to 1. Big effort, too, from Majority Partner. It was a good claim by Linda Rice as this horse continues to run well. He looked like he was in with a big late chance, but it was Big Engine at 9 to 1, closing on the outside. It was 8-6-1-7 at Belmont at the Big A. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the stakes action coming up this weekend. Cyberknife looking for the 3rd Grade 1 win this year in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churchill Fight running on. Mason in front. Churchill Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet over 300 tracks worldwide with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com. Belmont at the Big A saw Big Engine at a racetrack he loves with that big sweeping move. There's trainer Rudy Rodriguez, piloted to victory by Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, he was ready to roll off the far turn. He got some pace help. Pace started coming back to him, and he got all of the 9-1 today, Little A.
21.80, a nice price on Big Engine. You said in the post parade he was too big a price. 8-6-1 in the fourth. Belmont at the Big A. At Churchill Downs, we have race number 7 coming up next. It's a maiden special weight for the 2-year-old fillies. There's a look at a couple of the runners. We'll talk more about them after this quick timeout on America's Day at the Races.
Reach the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold Front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with him, but Cold Front kicks away. Cold Front 2.5. Cold Front does it again, wiring the field in the Amsterdam.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're getting ready for the 7th race at Churchill Downs, going 7 furlongs for the 2-year-old fillies. Graduation day for somebody in this field. Just one scratch of the 7. To help us figure that out, what's going on with these 2-year-old races? Paula Duca, help us out. And Paulie, I mean, you haven't given us much of an update on the music that's going on at Churchill today. How's the scene there?
Yeah, we got the Beatles going right now. Love Me. Yeah, Love Me Now. If Love Me Do. I don't even know what's going on Acacia, or as Irad would call you, Akasha, which is still my favorite of all time. You know, to get back to this race, The 3 horse in here looked phenomenal in the post parade. Excellent question. A horse that got bet first time out did not have the best of breaks. Broke dead last. Was really, keen to move on. Raylu Gutierrez kind of rushed the horse up, got the horse in a tiny bit in trouble, had a track, and kind of re-rallied a tiny bit. And I have a feeling that's just a loaded race. And when you look at the other runner that was in that race, you look at the 5 in there, it was won by someone. A zillion times, somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. I think I'm really tired of hearing it, to be honest with you. But the 3 and the 5 come out of that race, and the 3 now down to 6-5. Now the 11 horse Willow Bend should not be 9-1 at all. I thought that was a decent race. Martin Garcia gets aboard for Ben Colebrook. And the steam horse is the 6, Ghostly Girl. It's a filly by Shaman Ghost. A lot of people don't know who Shaman Ghost was. It's a horse that won 2/3 of the Canadian Triple Crown. And actually his best race was on dirt. And this horse is taking a ton of money first time out for Kenny McPeak. And back to the last race, guys, Rene Diaz threw his goggles down. He was not happy. He felt there was a lot of home cooking for Tyler Gaffalione to stay up.
Fair enough, Paul. That was a surprising call in the 6th race, but the order did stand after that in the stretch as 6-5 on the number 3. Excellent questions. Paul had some nice things to say about that filly.
They should have seen the reaction on the set here when they left. It was up. Yeah. Kind of a wide open race. Excellent. 6. That's way too short of a price. Way too short of a price. I agreed with Paulie with the 6 Ghostly Girl here. I would also look at the 8 market profile little for Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen.
We'll see if we get a chance to see the 7 Methodology sometime soon. That's the half-sister to Monterey, but she's out of this race anyway. Looks like pretty interesting 2-year-old fillies race here, and I feel better now that we know what music is playing at Churchill Downs. I love getting all the updates from Paulie.
Big Beatles hit Love Me Now is on the air right now.
Love Me Now. Race 7 at Churchill. Here's Travis Stone.
Are in the gate. And they're off. Song of Storms from mid-pack is away okay. Creative Die is there. Farther out, Market Profile racing up to join the leaders. And in fact, she comes on to take over. So it's Market Profile who steps out to lead. Willow Bend comes on to be second. Adelinda toward the inside, tugging at the rider from 3rd. La Perlinera is racing 4th. Ghostly Girl comes on in between. To be 5th, Indy again. 6th and toward the rail. Flower Dew in the clear 7th. Creative Dies back into 8th after breaking near the top. Excellent Question is already 6 or 7 lengths off to lead with a lot of horses before her. At the back are Tabor Time and Song of Storms the trailer. And the opening quarter was only 23-1. So round the far turn, Market Profile in control of the pace so far. Willow Bend has been second throughout and is poised for the final quarter mile. Ghostly Girl getting into the race in behind. La Perlinera is also there. Excellent Question is catching up now. 5th with 5 lengths to make up. Racing for the 8th pole. Willow Bend comes away with the lead. Willow Bend is set down for this final furlong. Meanwhile, Ghostly Girl's weaving through the pack. Switched outside. Willow Bend to catch. Ghostly Girl trying to get on track. Time running out. Willow Bend in front. Ghostly Girl surges. Willow Bend holds on. Ghostly Girl was second. Market Profile was 3rd.
The experience doing its work out on the track is 2-year-old filly Willow Bend, second-time starter, able to hold off the first-time starter Ghostly Girl. That when Anthony ran a big race after not breaking the sharpest either.
Yeah, Willow Bend, I wonder how much that experience helped her cause today. She ran down the firster Market Profile, held off another firster in Ghostly Girl, both of whom ran well on debut. You see the outside, La Perlinera, another one who ran well. Favorite didn't really show up. Nowhere to be found, beaten 5 lengths when all was said and done. Nice effort from the winner, Willow Bend.
Willow Bend, second-time starter for Ben Colebrook, a filly by Flatter, gets her win on second asking. She was a big price on debut and certainly much improved in her second start. She did show a little late run in that first race, but finishing up well with Martine Garcia in the saddle. Ghostly Girl is going to be one to watch next time out. I'll talk to you a little bit about the pedigree, filly by Shaman Ghost. And again, she kind of hesitated at the start a little bit, and then she came running late, trying to run down a more experienced foe.
Bred to handle much more distance as well. A very useful 7/8 sprint to start her career.
Not easy to debut at 7 furlongs.
No, it's not.
There is your winner, number 11, Willow Bend, winning at second asking, 2-year-old filly by Flatter. As that'll do it for us. I'll be back reporting a little bit later, but always fun to have a little A-Train reunion up here on the set.
Yes, looking forward to tomorrow night, too. Cover some of that stakes action from Churchill Downs on
Fantastic.
Downs After Dark.
I love that. It's always great to have Anthony Stabile with us on America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf and Andy Serling coming up in the desk to take you the rest of the way. Plenty more live racing to come, including a preview of today's feature. Goes this race number 8 this afternoon for the New York bred 2-year-old fillies, the Joseph A. Jimma. All that and more coming up after this.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Playing a trifecta. To win, you've got to pick the horses who finish first, second, and third. It's tough, but the payouts are incredible. For example, in the 2005 Kentucky Derby, a $2 trifecta paid more than $133,000. It's for $2. Now, they don't always pay that much, but they'll generally pay you a lot more than an exacta. Increase your chances of hitting a trifecta by boxing your horses. Remember, boxing means your horses can come in any order. So, if you like horses 3, 4, and 6, there are 6 possible combinations of those 3 horses finishing first, second, and third. You pay $1 for each combination, $6 total, and if any one of those combinations hits, you cash.
Good to be with you with continuing live coverage from Belmont at the Big A, Churchill Downs, here on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you, of course, in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net. Today, Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling, taking over for the rest of the card here coming up, and features still to come at both these racetracks.
Yeah. Looking forward to it. Some interesting racing so far here at Aqueduct. A beautiful day, firm turf, nice fields all day long. Looking forward to today and the rest of what should be a fun weekend.
Yeah, we're going to preview some of the big ones coming up this weekend, including that monster race in the 3-year-old division, that Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby, Cyberknife, Taba, Tawnyport, Zandon. It is loaded. The only horse who's not really there, it seems like, is Epicenter.
I would say that's actually pretty much true. He's the only major gun sort of left, and you've got the only dual Grade 1 winner, I think, the only in the crop, right, with Cyberknife.
Well, race 5, Belmont at the Big A, kicks off the late pick 5. It is a 1-turn mile, maiden special weight, and that is Tizzy in the Sky. 3-year-old filly with Jose Cameo has had 2 starts, both sprinting, both second place finishes, and now going to stretch out to a mile. There's a lot to like with the 3. Let's head downstairs to Richard Migliori.
Yeah, Greg, there is a lot to like about the 3-horse here, Tizzy in the Sky. Obviously had a bit of trouble at the start last time, finished well. Does have more of a sprinter type build to her, but obviously she finished well going 7/8. So that should not be an issue. She looks fantastic here. Jose Cameo doing a good job. We saw him win earlier with Joel Rosario aboard as well. 4-horse who's way too big a price and making a great physical impression for Into Happiness. Went back watching her replays, was completely stymied. The chart really doesn't do justice to the trouble that she had last time. Now it was a slowly run race, but she was absolutely stymied at the quarter pole, stopped cold in her tracks, and still re-rallied to get second, a well-beaten second, but would have been a lot closer if she hadn't encountered that trouble. And she really looks like she's doing well, looks very fit. Spoke with Michelle Nevin, her trainer, who said, she's been training extremely well. And the 6 Inventing, it's a Todd Pletcher runner, turning back in distance. They thought enough for give her a try in the Acorn, adds blinkers, and just from a physical perspective, could not be better turned out here. Comes in, been training up in Saratoga, really looks the part here in the paddock, guys.
All right, Mig, thank you. Well, more on this one coming up. 8 minutes away from the start of the late pick 5. We'll get to the post parade in just a little bit. Back at Churchill Downs, Willow Bend, second time out. Filly by Flatter for trainer Ben Colebrook. Takes race 7 here to start the late pick 4.
Well, I'm glad I wasn't on for this race. I didn't like this horse. But improved a lot from the first start, actually. Did break a bit slowly in the race, but much different horse today, second time out.
Took no money in the debut. Was 24 to 1, didn't run much in the debut. There's a big improvement, obviously.
Gonna miss Flatter, Flatter's such a solid sire. A Shaman Ghost almost won the race. You don't see a lot of Shaman Ghost, right? Just a nice horse, too.
At all, yeah. 11, 6, 8. And that 50-cent trifecta, $126. And the pick 4 underway on this Friday card at Churchill Downs. We'll get to the 8th in just a little bit. Back to New York. Belmont at the Big A. Post parade for the start of the pick 5. Again, coming up. And, we talked about the 3. Obviously, those 2 sprints and now stretching out. Obviously intriguing. There's been some talk about the 9 as well. First-time starter for Chad Brown. Signal from Noise. Arrogate filly. Dam was Grade 1 placed. Minor stakes winner. Shine Again winner.
But
5-2 right now.
But she's produced 4 horses that couldn't outrun you and I in a horse suit. But I'm not big on tips, but I have a memory of Chad Brown mentioning at some point in Saratoga something to the effect of, I have an unraced Arrogate that can run. And I think it's this horse, whether or not he can run. She better be able to run, because Tizzy in the Sky has run very well in both her starts. She had a terrible break last time, her own fault. They cost the race, and she was much the best, and she raced wide against a good rail 2 back. She's much the horse to beat.
And tough to win first time out going a mile as well, and that's what's being asked of this Arrogate filly from the outside. Signal from Noise. We'll start with Dolce Sarah, biggest price on the board, 49 to 1.
Seen a couple of upsets in the last 2 races. They would look like odds-on favorites compared to this horse.
Beachfront Bid has never been on dirt. Was 10 to 1 morning lines, 3 to 1 right now.
She does have more of a dirt pedigree, but Chad Brown probably would have tried her on the turf, and she's an underachiever on the turf, and she's a massive underlay at this point off the claim.
Here's the favorite, Tizzy in the Sky with Joel Rosario.
There's nothing not to like, except that she's been second twice, but she's had legitimate excuses, and she's lost to talented horses.
Into Happiness, 23 to 1, Michelle Nevin.
Richie was talking a bit about the trip last time, which is very fair. She'd need to improve a lot of her races, but being she hasn't run in 8 months, she could have some real improvement.
First-time starter here by Into Mischief. Dam was a minor stakes winner, routing on dirt.
And taking a little bit of money right now to be 9 to 1 for Barclay Tagg, who's been kind of live, kind of interesting, right?
Yeah, I think so. And Inventing as well at 5-1. Interesting. Blinkers do go on for Todd Pletcher.
Well, how is Inventing 5-1 and the 2-horse 7-2? I mean, betting's obviously a much more likely. I understand her chance, and Todd's getting a little desperate, the Blinkers, but still.
How'd you feel about Monopoiset?
She did a little bit of running at the end. She kind of sucked up at the end, but to be fair, she improved so much from her first to her second start that I won't be shocked if she takes another step forward.
Yeah, 2 sprints stretch out for her as well. And then the first-time starter, second choice right now at 5-2 in those Klarovich Stable Silks.
It just feels like this horse could be the right horse today. I like her. She does not find herself in an easy spot because even if the 3 doesn't win, the 6 can run, the 7 could improve. I'm not betting her at 5-2, but I did pick her.
4 minutes away from the start of the Pick 5. You can play the sequence, which that pool is closing in on $250,000 and beyond here shortly. We'll get signed up with Naira Bets. You can get down to the Pick 5. There's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Promo code to use for new members, match200 at NairaBets.com. Jonathan Kitchen, how are you going to go after this Pick 5 today?
Wolfie, the important part is that I'm going to go after it. So, and I'd encourage you to do the same. Not that you need much encouragement. I got a single in here in the stake, but to get started, I thought there's a couple of races that you can spread in here and try to pick up some value in a pretty tough sequence. I would, even with that single. To get started here, I'm going to use the 3 and the 9. The 3, Tizzy in the Sky with the experience. The 9, Signal from Noise. I kind of remember that same kind of thing that Andy was mentioning about the Irrigate for Chad that could possibly run a little bit. I'm just going to use the 8 and the 9 in the next leg. The 8, It's All Coming Together, and the 9, Fire King. Then I'll spread in the third leg. I think this is a tough race. Whoever works out the best trip will win. I want to try to catch a price in here. And then in the fourth leg, I'm going to single a 7 Miracle. I like the draw towards the outside. Sloppy racetrack last time. I expect this horse to run better with a little bit of added distance. And then to wrap it up, I'm going to spread as well. I understand the 6 Saratoga Gaze and the 10, whose name I forgot to write down, in that spot, who they feel like the horses that you want. But, man, it just feels like that last race is kind of ripe for something a little bit crazier to happen. If one of those 2 horses, the 6 or the 10, win, I want to make sure I have it. But I wanted to cover with a little bit more creative horses using the 5, 7, 9, and 11 as well.
All right, JK, good luck. His single, that 7 Miracle connections, they like that outside post, too, and they also like the fact that Maple Leaf Mel's not showing up.
I agree. But I like the fact that the horse that finished second, the number 2, who's the other competition, ran a big race yesterday and got a buyer figure in the mid-70s. Makes me think that last race might have been a little bit better, and I'm talking about the number 2, who's the chief rival in race number 8, Security Code.
Meanwhile, back to Tizzy in the Sky, the 9-5 favorite now. Let's go back to the beginning of start number 2 this summer at Saratoga, August 25th.
Yeah, I mean, she did it to herself. It's not like somebody came over and she was unlucky. She did it herself. But she didn't do it in her first start, so it's hard to believe that it's a recurring problem. But I think you always have to worry about that. Obviously, if she didn't have that bad start, she was going to win last time out. The race was dominated forward. You'll see what happens. She's the 5, and she comes in, bangs the gate, and she's just completely out of sorts. But nobody fouled her or anything. She totally did it to herself.
And in the end, she'd only missed by a neck.
No, this was also John Velasquez's big win at Saratoga. But the race was very much dominated forward. Now, maybe the best horses were forward, but nonetheless, she had a legitimate excuse in there.
She has taken all the late money here as you see her stretch run from that performance after that poor beginning. And to have those 2 sprints and then make that stretch out to a mile, that's usually ideal to get that foundation. You get Rosario as well. Public jumping on board here.
Oh, she's way the horse to beat in this race. I mean, I don't think the 6 is a slouch. The horse taking money that I don't understand is the number 2. I get that she has some turf pedigree, but I mean dirt pedigree, but I think Chad Brown was probably aware of that when he was running around the turf.
Yeah, strange. She was, for a while, early on, she was one of the favorites here, now up to 9-2. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, I really have continued to like the 4 Into Happiness. I liked her in the paddock. I liked what I saw in her replay, her most recent start, albeit way back in January, so she is coming off a layup, but she looks fit to me. I love the way she warmed up under Manny Franco, and I just think at a big price, she's a horse that I'm definitely including in my exotics. 6-horse Inventing ultimately will be my top choice, and acknowledging full well that Tizzy in the Sky is going to be very much the horse to beat. But Inventing just very well turned out for Todd Pletcher. Has run races certainly good enough, and I think 5-1 is a very square price for her. And the 9-horse Signal from Noise, the first-time starter, kind of quiet, nondescript in the paddock. Definitely made a nicer impression on the racetrack. Got a little bit more animated, a little bit more exuberant as she warmed up. So certainly a horse, particularly with an outside post going a mile, should be able to get into a very good rhythm if she has the ability. And she certainly has works that kind of point out that she should be able to run some.
All right, Mick, thank you. That pick 5 pool. Over 365,000 in here. Yeah, we saw Jake Hayes' ticket. Did you see?
I took a different approach than him.
Okay.
I singled in the second leg. I didn't play a particularly strong play. I took a chance and singled the number 8. It's all coming together. So I used the 3 and 9 in here. I singled the 8 there. I used 5, 7, 8 in race 7. I think Constitutional Lawyer's a long shot to throw in with the logical orchestration and shoddy. 2 and 7, I used 2 and 7 in the 8th, and I used 8, 9, 10, 11 in the last leg.
Yeah, I like Jose Lezcano's 10 quite a bit. Busy morning in the last.
Yeah, the horse speed. I think the 9's a little interesting.
Yeah, very dangerous.
I thought the 9 was interesting for Eddie Barker in there, a horse that had a little bit of a trip in a prior.
Blame it on
I'm
Mary.
sorry. Well, no, I'm sorry. Ran very well.
I agree with you.
And then just didn't get out of the gate. And I just kind of horse I just want to throw in.
I had an excuse last time on the turf, no question. Before that, really all the turf races put that one in the mix. But yeah, Saratoga Gates is 6 for Clement. Big player in there as well. Intriguing finale that we'll have for you, part of this sequence here to close it out. But we begin here. Pick 5, almost 400,000 in that pool, and 7-5 favorite Tizzy in the Sky. Getting this mile distance for the first time in here. And still that first-time starter outside for Chad Brown is held steady at 5-2.
Yeah, I got a feeling that one can run, but she better be able to run because the 3 doesn't cause any problems for herself. She's going to be very hard to beat here.
Yeah, can she get a clean break? As you said, that last start, that was her own doing. Those problems out of the gate. So keep your eyes on the 3 early. There she is. She'll load without Rosario. He'll hop aboard once they get her in the gate.
Can't make you comfortable knowing that she did that last time, that she's already a little rambunctious coming out. She's the horse to beat. But you do wonder. I mean, sometimes these horses that are cranked up and ready early, they got to get it done. You know, the longer they sort of sit in the shelf, maybe they don't keep improving. We'll see.
4 steps in, who Mig liked, Into Happiness for Michelle Nevin. And there's the first-timer, daughter of the Triple Crown, sorry, daughter of Arrogate, the late Arrogate for Chad Brown.
He's going to be missed. You know?
No question. We're set. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
In race 5. And they're off. And it is Inventing along with Signal from Noise. Those two go out for the lead. Tizzy in the Sky now ranges up to challenge. And then in between horses is the gray Winter Mischief, who's racing in 4th. Matapoisette on the outside in 5th. And they're followed by Beachfront Bid, a gap of 4 to Dolce Sarah, 5 more to Into Happiness, who trails the field in 8th as they race up the backstretch. Tizzy in the Sky, the favorite, leads here by a half length. Inventing on the outside in 2nd, the quarter 23 and 4. Beachfront Bid is down at the rail. Then comes the gray Winter Mischief, and on her outside is Signal from Noise. Matapoisette is in 6th, 4 lengths from the lead. Farther back is Dolce Sarah, and way back is Into Happiness. It is Tizzy in the Sky who ran the half mile in 48 seconds. Inventing in 2nd. Now Signal from Noise makes up some ground on the extreme outside. Beachfront Bid is down at the rail. Winter Mischief in between horses. It is still Tizzy in the Sky who leads by a neck. Inventing on the outside in 2nd, length and a half. Signal from Noise now moves into 3rd. Then it's Beachfront Bid, followed by Winter Mischief and Matapoisette. Off the turn and into the stretch. And it is Tizzy in the Sky. Hand-ridden here by Joel Rosario. Tizzy in the Sky now clear by 3, now by 4. Inventing in 2nd and Signal from Noise on the outside. It is Tizzy in the Sky who has a commanding lead as they come on for the finish. And Tizzy in the Sky will break her maiden going a mile here at Aqueduct. Signal from Noise got up for 2nd. Inventing was 3rd.
Tizzy in the Sky looked very good throughout in this race and dominant down the stretch.
Well, I think if you bet her, once she broke, you breathe a sigh of relief. Because once she was able to break and Joelle was able to put her in front and get comfortable, it was going to be hard to beat her. Signal from Noise ran fine the first time started, but as been said by others, it's not easy to win first time out at a mile. She ran fine to be second, and Venning ran fine. And Venning's a horse that just sort of runs the same race every time. The winner's pretty good, you know? I don't think it's an embarrassment to run second behind her. The winner's pretty good, and she won easy.
Yes, she did at 6-5. Public got it right here. 3-9, 6-2. Tizzy in the Sky, daughter of Sky Kingdom for Kim Dunn Racing. Saw the jubilant connections. Gonna head to get their picture taken after this win. Third time the charm. 2 sprints, stretch out, win to a mile. And she breaks her maiden with Joelle Rosario aboard. So favorite kicks off the late pick 5. We'll have the prices for you when we come back, and we'll get into the 8th from Churchill Downs 6 furlong sprint when we return here on America's Day at the Races. Post parade for you when we come back.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day of the Races on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Thanks for being with us on this Friday afternoon. Big weekend ahead for us. We're going to go late into the evening tomorrow night till, and I'll be with you, 11:30.
You're staying till 11:30?
I will be
The
here
late show?
all night.
Well, I should be home by about 9:30, so I'll catch
And
the
I
last
know
couple
you'll be
hours.
watching, though.
I will.
No, I know.
Well,
I
there's some
mean,
nice,
that's
there's some
sincerely.
nice races. I want to see some of those horses right
Absolutely.
later.
It's a great card.
Yeah.
Here's Friar Lawrence to kick off our post parade. Ben Colebrook, trainee.
Am I in the wrong race?
Sorry, I'm on the wrong
Portilla.
race. Portilla.
I like
I'm looking
Portilla,
at
the
tomorrow.
one. I think the horse runs back the race 2 backs and wins.
Al Stahl, Ricardo Santana Jr.
You were scaring me.
I was getting excited about tomorrow. Conager's in that race. Ring Me Darling with We're up to the 4 here, backyard money.
She's coming off some nice efforts at Saratoga. I think she's in much tougher today. but not
Dwayne
impossible.
Lucas had 2 wins yesterday.
Yep.
Wings of an Angel, 17-1.
One of many that would have to improve to win here, but not impossible.
17-1 as well. Next door on the 6, more than Vows.
Yeah, I think she should be a little shorter. Her maiden win was okay. I don't love her, but I think 17-1's a big price.
Ron Moquette, Fine Family at 12-1 with Bejarano.
She would really have to improve to get it done here. I prefer others.
Second time starter, won the debut at Churchill back as a 2-year-old. cancel this. Kidding. Cancel this.
Cancel this at a number of seconds in races and just might not be quite fast enough.
Romance novel, third time out, put it all together for Dallas Stewart, going 7/8 at Churchill.
She did last time, but I'm not sure why she's considered so much more likely to win than horses like the 6 who are 3 times the price.
And a lot of money. I thought she was the horse to beat, but 8-5 short off. This will be the 3-year-old debut for Can't Believe It.
Her last race, a 2-year-old, was extremely good against a very talented runner. This is not a barn with great numbers. I looked up 250-plus day layoffs in the dirt, just 1 for 10 over the last 5 years with a 64-cent ROI. So the layoff could be an issue, and that's why I'm betting the 1 Portilla to beat her.
Well, Tyler Gaffleon will be aboard for the 3-year-old return. Let's go to Paula Duca for more.
Yeah, and a very interesting race here, Greg, of 3-year-old fillies in here. And when you look to the outside filly, I can understand why the public is going there. But at one time, she reached 6-5. Now, her first race, like Andy said, she dug in and was very, very good. In her second race, we'll show you the Myrtlewood at Keeneland. This is all the way back in October. This is almost, not easy math. This is not hard math at all. About 10.5, 11 months ago. And, she got dismissed at the window in her first start. She won. She got dismissed in the stakes race, and she almost won. She got ran down at the wire. But this racetrack today hasn't played towards horses going towards the front end, and it seems like a lot of other horses in here need the front end to win. The 6 in here, More Than Vows, has showed good speed for Brian Lynch in her third career start. I thought Romance Notable showed some speed as well. The 9, Portilla is a horse that can actually rate from the inside. So I'm with Andy a little bit on the 1 because, this is the kind of horse that might be able to come from off the pace, which has sort of been the winning move today. And what to do with the 4 Backyard Money. The horse's last race over the mud, a career top by far, and it's the best number in here by far. But Wayne Lucas's horses, when they seem like they figure, they don't win. When they seem like they don't figure, they do win. And I'm going to give my last little punch to the 7 in here, Fine Family, just because I think the way the racetrack is playing, that you can make that little sustained outside run in the middle of the racetrack. I think the 7 could show up late here for a piece.
All right, Paulie, thanks. Fine Family, the 7, 12-1 on the board right now. So he's given us a few things to think about. There's D. Wayne Lucas's 3-year-old filly. Of course, he has the Kentucky Oaks winner going tomorrow in the Grade 1 Cotillion, Secret Oath. Do you like her chances?
No.
You don't?
I don't. I wonder if she's sort of over the top a little bit. I prefer others in that race. I'm interested to see what she does, and she's obviously very good. That's a fun race. Looking forward to talking about that
Very
tomorrow.
much so. Apparently, she's put on weight. She's gotten a little bigger, a little stronger, so maybe.
So have I.
We all
I haven't
have.
gotten stronger, but I've gotten bigger.
But not in a good way. She's done it in the right way.
They're betting my horse a little too much here. I'm a little disappointed.
Which is?
The 1, down to 5-2. I was hoping to get a bigger price. I didn't look at the Molsteeds to see if she would come down.
So what's your take on Can't Believe It here?
That she's the horse to beat if she can run back to her last race. But I think you would agree with me that taking horses at short prices off layoffs is not a great gamble. And the reason that I'm interested in the 1 is Al Stall's horses that ran at Saratoga, a number of them didn't seem to really run back to their prior efforts. And then in their next start at Saratoga, they improved a lot. So I look at her as a horse that didn't run back to that huge race she ran at Churchill in June, but maybe in her next start she'll get back to that race. And I believe if she can get back to the effort 2 back, she'll be very hard to beat.
And she's quick, too. You like that she's, drawn outside.
Oh, the 10.
Back
it's a great
to the 10.
post for her. Great post for her.
Great post. Effective, really only post 9 with a scratch. But she might be the quickest in here anyway.
No. She may just be too good for these. I don't have anything against her. I'm not taking a big position against her.
No, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah,
it's
long layoff like that. And
but now she's the same price as my horse. So I don't think I'm really, when I'm looking at 5-1 and 6-5, I feel like there's a bet in there. I don't need the 1 at 2-1. I like her, but I'm not going to bet her at 2-1. See worth it.
So if you look at the board like this, just looking at the 1 and 10 at the same price, would you, if you had to choose, would you switch to the 10?
No, I still prefer the 1 because I like the 1 in here, but the 10 might be better bet at 2-1. All
That's
things
my question,
considered,
yeah.
I mean, I think at the same price, the 10 is probably a little bit more likely to win, but the layoff scares me. I like the 1 though, but not 2-1 is just too short for me.
Let's go to Travis Stone. Here's race 8, Churchill.
And they're off. Can't Believe It breaks sharply from the far outside. Backyard Money is there. Wings of an Angel and More Than Vows. Those two come on through too. Those four mixing it up early. Cancel This in between. Up into 5th. Portilla down inside 6th. Romance Novels racing 7th. Ring Me Darling is 8th. And Fine Families at the back in 9th. So down the back stretch they go. Long shot Wings of an Angel in between short lead. Backyard Money holds her spot at the rail and is right up and on this pace with More Than Vows keeping pace 3 wide in 3rd. And a contested and swift quarter in 21 and 3. So round the far turn, these three take their battle to the quarter pole. In behind is Cancel This. Portilla's working out a trip, comes off the rail for the run by the quarter pole. Top of the lane. More Than Vows is off the turn in front, but Portilla's been switched out, and so too Cancel This. They're both coming on. Backyard Money gives way. 8th pole now. More Than Vows is still in front, but it's a narrow lead. Cancel This trying to get by. Portilla surges between them. 50 yards to go. More Than Vows is desperate, but still in front and might have got there. It's tight. More Than Vows at a big price. Trying to fend off Portilla. We'll call it a photo. Cancel This was 3rd, and Romance Novel was 4th.
Wow, photo finish in here. Portilla continuing to grind away here on the 6 More Than Vows.
But More Than Vows really ran the best race because even though she had the advantage of being the outside horse in the duel, the other 2 horses involved in the duel, they evaporated like somebody erased them off the screen. And while you and I agree that we don't love the rail with Portilla, she ended up working out a very good trip under Santana. And the number 8, Cancel This. Both of them really hung. They both had a chance to go by. And it looks like it's a little 6-1-8.
Yeah,
and
it looks like
really,
the
the 6
got
did
it.
all the dirty work. I mean, I liked Portilla. She had no excuse. Ricardo gave her a terrific ride. She just couldn't get to that one.
Looks like More Than Vows, but we will wait for the photo here. If it is, Brian Lynch, Giovanni Franco, and a filly who, if she gets this win, has gone back-to-back now.
Well, we talked about it in the post-parade when I said to you, why is More Than Vows 3 times the price of Romance Novel? I mean, More Than Vows broker made with a 70 buyer at Ellis. This 9 broker made with a 69 buyer last time. I mean, it's not exactly rocket science, right, to look at those prices, and there is that close finish, but they never got to the number 6, and a nice shot down the stretch, but they never got to the 6, and it feels like a little 6-1, 6-1-8 there. Exact is $141. This horse can't be that big a price, right?
Is that price disparity that handicappers downgrading Ellis?
I wondered that myself when I'm saying it, but
that's where that maiden win came
for
her.
The figures, figs don't lie. I mean, the idea of speed figures is they normalize horses from track to track. And by the way, I think that Brian Lynch guy who trains More Than Vows, he's pretty good, right?
He's okay.
Somewhere, Frank Lyons is celebrating.
Yes, he
Probably
is.
with Brian.
Very good friend of Brian Lynch. And More Than Vows, cameras following this horse.
6-1-8.
Gio. Gary Stevens going to be happy with the result as well.
Guy did all the dirty work, More Than Vows. That was a very good effort by that horse.
We're going to take time out. We'll be back with the Late Pick 4 coming up next at Belmont. It will kick off with a turf sprint. 6 furlongs on the outer turf. Rails were way out, by the way, today. State Bred Maiden Special on the grass to start the Pick 4. When we come back, it's 12 minutes away.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked number 1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of more than 500 yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among America's top yearling sales by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with recent stars like Leave No Trace, winner of the Grade 1 Spin-Away Stakes, plus over 85 stakes wins or placings this year. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 3rd and 4th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on FS2, regional networks out in SoCal. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all, including this pick 4 that we have coming up. Go to nairabets.com to get signed up and started. Going to start the pick 4 sprinting on the grass in a New York bred maiden special weight race. There is the current favorite right now, Wesley Ward, first-time starter. City of Light 2-year-old Eyewitness. He'll have Joel Rosario aboard at 9-5 in here as we head downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. Very interesting group here. And we'll start with the horse taking a lot of money. First time starter of the 4, Eyewitness. Now, obviously, he must have been showing ability in the mornings. But I'll be honest with you, looking at him, he doesn't look as tucked up as you'd like to see a first-time starter. Now, Wesley Ward's horses usually carry good weight. But he certainly looks like a horse that'll benefit from a run. He's really carrying a little bit more weight than I normally like to see. Now, it is 6 furlongs on the turf, and maybe it won't be a factor, but I prefer others in here. And starting with the 6, King of Comedy, took a bit of money first time, was basically eliminated at the break. Didn't show a lot of run after that, but I tell you, this is a striking son of Oscar Performance, cleverly named out of Rupert's Promise, King of Comedy. Boy, he's got a look, and he's a big price for a horse that took some money and basically got shut off leaving the gate. Another horse coming out of that race that actually did show run after that, the 8, It's All Coming Together. He was absolutely crushed the start by the runner-up, McCarr. I think it probably cost him the race. I think he very well could have won that day. He's got a great pedigree. He's half to Lady Joan, good by Broccoli. This horse was well meant first time, and again, just got absolutely eliminated. Don't really know how he didn't get put up for second that day. McCarr basically crossed over and wiped out half the field, but It's All Coming Together makes a lot of sense to me. And he looks like he came out of the race good. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He's acting the right way. And another horse that has one start, the 9, Fire King, a horse that just never really settled going long. He was always pulling, tossing his head about, going 6 furlongs. You're not going to have that problem. There's going to be enough pace on where he'll get into a good rhythm, get into a good stride. His mare won her debut, turf sprinting. So I thought he was very interesting on the turnback.
All right, Mig, thank you. 4-1, Fire King, as you get a look at Manny Franco.
Christophe has
see Manny on Who Me, the 10.
Christophe is pretty good turning back to 6 furlongs in the sprinters. I think Fire King's dangerous. I agree with Richie.
I'll remind everyone, Belmont of the Big A Saturday contest. Couple of hours, well, actually 28 minutes still to get involved. Go to naira.com/contest to register for the Saturday contest this week. Win cash prizes and seats into next week's contest. So that cuts off at 5 Eastern time to get registered. Good luck to everybody.
This is an interesting race coming up here. We'll talk about Churchill. We'll get back to New York.
Yeah, back at Churchill. More than vows. Brian Lynch back-to-back for this 3-year-old filly, holding off Portilla for trainer Al Stahl.
This is a terrific effort. I mean, both the 1 and 8 had good trips, Portilla particularly. And they just couldn't get to her. And she did all the dirty. I mean, look at the other speeds are just folding behind her. This was a big improved effort off the maiden win for Brian Lynch, and this is a nice effort by her. Either everybody ran badly or she ran very, very well. When a horse holds on in the duel and the others disintegrate, it's usually a pretty good effort.
37.40 for the win. Her debut, it came on grass last year. Long layoff. You can put a line through that. So effectively on dirt.
She was an overlay.
With the exception off the bench. Yeah, now 2 for 2.
I want to talk about the 4 I witnessed in this race coming up. The Wesley Ward hearses, and you were saying they've won at 15% this year. I wouldn't be surprised if their average price is literally
Last 9 months.
6 to 5. Okay, well, that's 2-year-olds. So we were talking about 2-year-olds so far. He's got a lot of odds-on horses, and a lot of horses fail. We saw an odds-on at Saratoga fail. They've underperformed. You can't have a good crop every year. The limited success City Light has had as a first-year sire has been on the turf, to be fair. This is not a turf pedigree. This horse is a half to more mischief. It's a very nice dirt horse. 0 for 3 with their production on the grass. And in my opinion, they're betting because it's Rosario and it's Wesley Ward. Now, maybe the horse is a killer and will just go out and win, and that's certainly a possibility. But the one King Emerald, who's almost 20 to 1, is a half to Creasy, and 2 turf winners in that family. There's plenty of turf pedigree, and the sires of those turf winners weren't even that strong, and Lemon Drop Kid is a good turf influence sire. I think it's all coming together. It's just way the horse to beat in here off that super tough trip that Richie talked about. This horse is almost knocked over. And I think Richie made very good points about Fire King, who's a very legitimate horse. So I'm going to play against the 4, and I'm going to key the 8 with the 1 and 9.
Well, even it is a bit. I mean, Wesley Ward's just so good with his 2-year-olds. It is a down year for him. As we said, about 15% with his 2-year-olds on turf, 14% actually. City Light though, 2 for 6 on turf, in turf sprints, 6 for 6 in the money. 2-year-olds overall, by the way, 35%.
All right,
not bad.
It's a good horse.
Rosario is going to be aboard, but yeah, there's some other ways to go, including some with experience we'll get to in a minute. Here's Kid Emerald, new gelding, by the way, or should say gelding.
First-time gelding, first-time starter. Yeah, this horse has plenty of pedigree and is very usable in my opinion.
Blue Soldier, 38 to 1, start number 3.
Hard to recommend off the races the horses run.
Was in that all coming together race, length and a quarter
Did have
behind
some trouble,
one.
but not like the all come together.
Here's the Wesley Ward first timer.
Listen, maybe the horse can run. I'm going to play against.
43 to 1, Bee of Courage.
The Dam was a 2-time winner in the turf, ran a 94 buyer, so there is turf pedigree there.
Mike Maker's second time out was in that all coming together race as well.
Yeah, I love the name. Rupert Pupkin and the King of Comedy. It's a very clever name, but for my money, this horse just didn't do any running at all.
11 to 1, Junior Alvarado for Bill Mott on a first timer.
Bill Mott is 1 for 20 with first-time stars in turf sprints. 2-year-olds 0 for 14 with 1 hitting the board.
5 to 2, second timer here.
I don't know why this horse isn't favored in here. She's got a big pedigree that Richie mentioned, and she was going to win her last race. She was going to win that race and win it easily. So that 48 buyer is not representative of her abilities.
Arad Ortiz Jr. on the 9 Fire King.
This horse is a dangerous horse. Christophe is very clever at turning horses back, and I agree with what Richie said. I mean, she didn't have a bad trip, isn't it, saving ground, but she got very rank in there.
Yeah, 10 to 1, Who Me cuts back as well for Michelle Nevin.
Like she's tried sprinting on the turf before and did no running, so we'll see if she's a different horse today.
Also eligible draws into the race, Chasing You for Natalia Lynch.
I'm a fan of Natalia Lynch, but this horse didn't do any running first time.
So that's a field 3 minutes away. Race 6 here to start this pick 4. And it's all coming together. Brutal beginning in this debut at Saratoga. Let's take a look at it with the 6.
That 9 cuts the whole field off, and the 6, they worst of it. The problem is that for some unfortunate reason, we never showed the pan of the start. We only showed the head on, and we luckily got away from that mistake. But because of that, you can't see the actual amount of trouble this horse almost going down. I think when they had the inquiry, we were able to see it a little bit better, and this horse was badly cut off. And the fact that she was able to regather herself and only lose by 3 lengths, good trip after that or not, is a real tribute to her talents. And she should have been another winner from Phil Serpy, who had that terrific Saratoga meet.
Well, this is the stretch run she's able to put together after getting knocked around like that in her debut. I mean, that could be it settling in its own right. Really shows some determination there. With a clean break, Saya's back aboard, and she now is your favorite at 2 to 1.
Yeah, and she should be. She should be favored. I mean, listen, not to say the 4 can't win, but first-time starters with experience, and this horse had a big trip. We'll see how good she is, though.
8s across the board for our analysts. Let's check in with JK.
Yeah, I like the 8 as well. And obviously everyone saw the trouble, and that's part of the reason why. This horse ran well, but I think even more so than the trouble, the trouble kind of helps, but this horse was bet for Phil Serpy, who in his career is only 6% with first-time starters. So up at Saratoga, with all the money coming in, all the big-name trainers, big-name riders, this horse went off at 9 to 2 as a first-time starter for a trainer who doesn't win with horses first out. So there's obviously a lot of talent there. And you could see that to a certain extent, trying to overcome the trouble that was had there. So the 8 for me, I'm with Andy on trying to beat the 4 Eyewitness. These 2-year-olds on the turf for Wesley Ward just always get overbet. They win a lot, but they always get overbet. And then the 9 Fire King. This is another horse that took some money last time, going a little bit longer. And if you watch, the pace was extremely fast in that race. This horse wanted to run into that fast pace, a little bit uncomfortable, fighting the rider a little bit. Maybe that cutback with that kind of, run-off mentality was not really listening to the rider. Maybe the rider can just, Irad will be able to drop his hands in this race and just let Fire King kind of find a comfortable stride going 6 furlongs rather than having to restrain Fire King going a little bit further. So for me, it's towards the outside with the 8 and the 9. I'm going to try to beat the 4 Eyewitness, but my man Richie likes the 1 Kid Emerald a little bit.
Well, JK, I'm going to pick the 8 as well, but I thought the 1 is interesting, and Andy brought up something interesting. This horse is a half to Creasy. Creasy is by Cosmonaut. Cosmonaut was by Lemon Drop Kid. This horse, Kid Emerald, is by Lemon Drop Kid. So the grandsire of Creasy, the sire of this horse. So I thought a very interesting pedigree that's closely aligned, obviously, with Creasy, who a very talented runner for a long time around here on the turf. So I thought Kid Emerald was interesting. And also he got a very exuberant warm-up under Dylan Davis, left the pony, really galloped off, got into the bridle, got very aggressive. He's a big price. And I just thought I'd follow up on what Andy noted. I think actually a very interesting runner. The 8's just very obvious to me. I just, really was surprised that he wasn't elevated to second last time, and he had a very rough trip. And it looks like he handled it, though, well from a mental standpoint. He's very settled. Sometimes second-time starters get a little bit rattled, a little bit wound up, particularly if they had trouble. I'm not seeing that with this guy. He looks good. I think he'll take a step forward, and hopefully he gets away clean and avoids catastrophic trouble like he had last time. And 9 Fire King, I think the turnback is really going to suit this guy. He just got too much in the bridle, tossing his head about, and horses waste so much energy doing that. I really think he's a major player here on the turnback.
Well, the odds have really swayed. Thank you, Mig. 8-5, heavy favoritism. And, with the trip he had in that debut, and everyone could see it, it was likely he was going to take a lot of money, and he is at 8-5.
Yeah, and the reason he was bet first time is Phil Servy's having a great meet, but also he's got a giant pedigree. And I picked him for last time, so I'm not surprised. It expanded something Jonathan was talking about with Fire King and the cutback. The reason you'll see a trainer sometimes cut back a horse like this, and this is what I think Jonathan was alluding to, is they get rank going longer. And the feeling is that in a sprint, the pace has got to be usually faster. Around here, you never know. So because the pace gets faster, it allows the horse to settle much better because the pace is faster and they don't have to get rank sort of trying to keep them off the pace. And as Jonathan talked about, and I would agree, that's probably what Christoph was thinking.
Well, first, Phil Serpy with the favorite, the 8. He's got security code to come in the Joseph A. Jimma feature later today in the 8th. Horse was impressive at Saratoga, start number 2.
He had some great meet. He culminated with that grade 1 win,
Spin
the
away
win.
For same connections as security code.
Horses have really run well.
Wild Spring Stables.
I think Security Go was also complemented by the performance of the horse that finished second to her, winning yesterday with a 73 buyer, 72 or 73 buyer, and she run like a 56 first time. Makes me wonder if maybe that race is a little better than it looks.
No, he believes more ground, the better for her as well. Talking about security code, she'll get that extra ground, another extra furlong today.
Don't trainers always think more ground is better? It's like a trainer thing, right? They always say, I think this horse wants to go longer.
Well, apparently not with Fire King, who they're cutting back, the 9 in our screen.
Well, Christoph, come on, it's not most trainers.
5-2 on that one. It's all coming together. The 8-5 favorite in here. Luis Saez, Phil Serpy. Clean break would certainly go a long way to a better finish here this afternoon as we get set for the Pick 4 coming up. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Waiting for King of Comedy and Chasing You. We are ready for the start of race 6. And they're off. Bit of a slow start for number 1, Kid Emerald, and he trails. Fire King away well, along with Dr. Settle's Dream, and now moving up is Eyewitness. Eyewitness, Dr. Settle's Dream. They are heads apart. Fire King now back running in 3rd. Be of Courage down at the rail in 4th. Far outside, it's Chasing You next in 5th. Then it's Who Me in 6th, and right alongside, it's all coming together in 7th. Blue Soldier runs in 8th position. And on the outside is King of Comedy. And farther back is Kid Emerald. The quarter 22 and 3. Eyewitness by a half length. Dr. Settle's Dream on the outside in 2nd. Followed by Be of Courage, who is down at the rail. Fire King far outside. It is Chasing You. The field is in the stretch now. It is Dr. Settle's Dream on the outside and Eyewitness on the inside. The two of them are together. Fire King is in 3rd. Be of Courage looking for a way through down towards the rail. Then it's all coming together. They are coming on for the finish here. It's Dr. Settle's Dream who has a narrow lead. Eyewitness is there and Be of Courage, and it's a 3-way photo. A 3-way Friday photo finish.
Looks like the first-time starter for Hall of Famer Belmont may have got this here at Junior Alvarado, the 7. Dr. Settle's Dream. We'll see.
The dam was 0 for 5 on the turf and a 62 buyer. Her production is 0 for 2 on the turf. But I will say those Oscar performances have really been running in his first year as a sire. Belmont's now 1 for 15 with 2-year-old first-time starters in turf sprints over the last 5 years. And I'll tell you, even though the pace held together in this race, then the 5 made a little bit of run in the end. And the 5's one who had some pedigree, by the way. That was a very disappointing effort from the 8. And I guess it really was just a slow race the horse is coming out of, because he got a very good ride from Luis Saez, saving ground. Things opened up top of the stretch, and he literally had no punch.
12-1 on this first-time starter here. Dr. Settle's Dream looks like 7.54. By the way, the 570-1
very good
underneath.
That was a very good ride by Omar Morales Hernandez. And I'll tell you something, I've noticed lately he's been giving some decent rides. He doesn't get many opportunities.
I'm with you.
But I'm wondering if this winter, when he starts getting more chances, because this is not the first time, and I wonder if Richie's picked up on this, that this rider has looked a lot better than I remember in prior months.
Yeah, you know, Andy, this one, I got to be honest with you, I'm going to be a little bit more critical. If you go back and watch closely, just inside the 8th pole, he almost dropped his whip, his crop. He caught it against the horse's shoulder. By the time he kind of regained his balance and his composure and steered to the outside, you know, there was a lot of time running out at that point, and then the horse really settled and finished. And I think if he had gotten out a little smoother without kind of fumbling his reins and his crop at that point, he might have even gotten up. Now, I think Omar has improved, and I think there's still a lot of improvement there, but I don't think that this was one of his better efforts.
You know, Richie makes a very, obviously a valid point, and Richie's, you know, the expert on that, and I would rarely argue with him. What happened, it looked like, Richie was alluding to, it almost looked like he went to the right-handed crop when he needed to get the horse out. And I don't know if Richie could comment again on this, we could get him back on, but showing that replay, it felt like when he needed to get the horse off the inside, he briefly went to the right hand. Is that what you saw, Richie?
Yeah, you know, yeah, absolutely, I did. And at the same time, when he went to the right hand, Andy, he kind of lost it. And you'll see, if you watch closely, he had to almost stop and catch the crop and then regain his reins and everything and then kind of steer out, where maybe if he had gone to the left-handed crop and kind of sifted to the clear, it might have been a smoother transition and it might have helped him get up, you know, would have had a little bit more momentum. You know, listen, he's a young rider. Riding the turf's very tough. I have seen improvement from him. I just thought that if he had kind of sifted to the clear in a little smoother fashion, he might possibly have even won it.
I think you see it right there. He gives like that right-handed whack, and he wants to get the horse off the inside. That was a great observation by Richie, and I think Richie would agree. His instincts were right. He got the horse into a good position, but he probably fumbled the ball a little bit getting out. And you know what? He would have won if he got out earlier. I had bet him at 70-1.
He was right there late.
It's interesting. This is a Larry Goitzman pedigree, and he has so many good turf horses, but he often sells the colts and he keeps the fillies, and that's why he sold this one. This one had plenty of pedigree. We mentioned it in the post parade.
That would have given us a carryover, I would think.
Might have helped.
Saturday in the Pick Six. We're going to get back to Churchill Downs when we return. Feature race is coming up. Stay with us.
And Lost Ark, big, powerful strides, puts him away in the sapling.
And Forte, and the two of them are right together. It is Forte to grab the lead now from Belfort. It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 Hopeful.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us on this Friday afternoon from Churchill Downs in Louisville and Belmont at the Big A in South Ozone Park. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Feature race next under the Twin Spires in Louisville. 6.5 furlongs, an allowance optional claiming field, and the remaining half of the entry, Jalen Journey. He'll break from post 3. Coming out of a grade 2. They tried to stretch him out finally, going 1 mile and 1/8. That did not work out.
No, it didn't, but it was a big purse in all fairness, and the horse has kept good company and is a very logical horse. I don't know that he's going to get enough speed to close into that. That worries me.
The rail goes to knee-deep in snow, and aside from the grade 1 4 go before that, Jackie's Warrior, well, he faced Jackie's Warrior 2 races in a row. He ran second to him, Aloha West.
I'll say something else. They've ridden him gingerly behind Jackie because they didn't want to go to the lead. Today they're going. I think he's the horse to beat.
Yeah, he's quick. He has the rail. South Bend, the 3 for Belmont.
Can Belmont win back-to-backs? That horse is interesting on a turn back, but doesn't get a lot of speed. That worries me.
He's my honey badger. 4-year-old debut for Brad Cox.
It's another horse who has races good enough. Brad Cox's layoff numbers are okay.
Long range, Toddy Dallas Stewart, Brian Hernandez Jr.
Remember we won the Rebel?
Way back. Yeah, we covered that
3
race.
years ago, 3.5 years ago. Absolutely. He does not look like a strong contender.
Bango, one of the better sprinters, in the country. Maybe not top level, but he's very good. His last 2 starts have not been good.
No, that worries me. He has run well at Churchill Downs if you're a horse for course guy.
Yeah, Muccio, this is a big price on a horse who's very capable.
He was the favorite in the Hopeful over 4 years ago when he finished second to Mind
He's had a nice
Control.
career.
He has. I mean, obviously, he didn't pan out from that big maiden win the time before the Hopeful, but he is a very nice horse. Different connections now, originally a Claiborne horse. I don't like his return race. He was awful in there. I'm going to bet the 2 here and play 2-3. How's that sound?
All right, minute to post coming up. Let's check in with Paulie.
Yeah, a tough race to go to because you have so many horses in here that kind of ran a clunker but have some back races to go to. Of all these horses, any one of them can win. And I think it goes through what Andy said, the 2 knee-deep in snow. This horse took the lead in the Kelly's Landing and had a clear lead and got beat by Aloha West, a Breeders' Cup sprint winner. Then next time comes out in the Vanderbilt and runs a very good second. And I'm in agreement with Andy. Listen, they ran that race to, try to run second. Then the next time in the Forego, they tried to go towards the front end, and Pipeline put the screws to Jackie Warrior, and Cody's Wish, who is a real runner, ran by them all. So I could just draw a line through that. The problem you have with Knee Deep in Snow, you get the rail. Can he bounce back? Is there other pressure in here to put on him? Now, the 7, Mucho, I'm against this horse. I did not like the last effort. It says steadied 5 upper. The horse got overlapped. He was never kicking forward, so I don't really use that as a comment line at all. When you go back and look at it, it really didn't hinder. The horse got basically just passed. And, Greg, you talk about Bengo. I understand he's been so consistent. He's 9 for 25, 7 for 14. But I like Jalen Journey. This horse is getting underlaid here. This horse runs some big numbers for Norm Cash with Rafael Bejarano. I'm going to go with the 1 here at 4-1 for a little bit of an upset. Let's see what Jonathan Kinchin's thinking in this tough little race.
Yeah, Paulie, I like the 2 Knee Deep in Snow. This horse has just been facing better horses. That strength of schedule thing that kind of comes into play. I can't really make an excuse for the last race. He wasn't, there's not really much of an excuse. I'm just going to kind of look back some of the previous races. And I also think it's a plus to know that Knee Deep in Snow is getting back on Lasix after not having it for the previous 3 starts. And then the 6 Bango. I'm not a huge horse for course guy. But if you win 7 out of 14 races at a racetrack, then you probably like it a little bit. I think Bango runs his best races here at Churchill Downs. I like the outside draw. The distance works for him as well. And he's another horse that hasn't had Lasix since February of 2021. Now he's back. I think those are the 2 that you want in here. I'll officially go with the 6, Bango.
And, the thing with Bango, too, the 6, he's been so consistent over his career. But those last 2 starts so troubling it, and one of those starts was at Churchill. I know he got beat by Aloha West, Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, but Knee Deep in Snow was well clear of him. He has come back and been freshened with a bullet, drove quickest of 108 in the morning.
I hear you, and I'm not going to be shocked if he wins. But I will say that he got a very, very good trip when he won 3 back. And overall, I haven't loved his recent form.
Andy.
Even beginning, South Bend broke okay. He's my Honey Badger showing speed. Mucho is there, and Bengo not far behind either. Mucho steps out to lead. Mucho angles over toward the rail. Bengo comes on to grab second. Long range tidy between horses racing third. Knee Deep in Snow buried at the inside fourth. Jalen Journey advances up 5th. He's my Honey Badger, broke near the top but is relegated back second to last. And South Bend is the trailer. The opening quarter for this group fairly reasonable, 23 seconds flat. Far turn run. Mucho's in front. Bengo is hard on his heels. Bengo coming after Mucho now. These 2 matching strides heading for the quarter pole. They've gone 3 clear of Knee Deep in Snow. Jalen Journey's 4th on the outside, and South Bend's going to try and come up the rail. Top of the lane. Bengo takes the lead, top of the stretch. It's Bengo in front, and he's built a 2-length lead. Mucho gives way, second switches back out to try and re-rally. Knee Deep in Snow and South Bend. Everybody chasing Bengo, who bounds home to win it by 4. And South Bend might have grabbed second. It's tight there with Mucho. Knee Deep in Snow was 4th.
Bango, how about 8 for 15 now at Churchill Downs? And maybe that drill September 17th did signal he is back, at least under the Twin Spires.
And give both Raylu Gutierrez and especially Tyler Gaffalione and Bango credit. They were aggressive, and I don't know why Knee Deep in Snow wasn't more forward in this race. I mean, I just thought that those horses would be more forward, and as Travis Stone noted in his call, it's a very, very slow pace. Actually, South Bend ran very well to be second, considering how slow it was. Well, Mucho, but he's crawling on the front end, and you got a horse like Bango gets away with that. Run well, and he's now 8 for 15 at Churchill.
Very good horse, well over, well, he's, closer to 750,000 in earnings now with this victory. Bango, not an elite sprinter, but he's one of the very good ones in the country. He's won a lot of races for Greg Foley. Tamarack Partners, Tyler Gaffleone aboard for the win and back to his winning ways. Loves it under the Twin Spires. We're going to get back to Belmont of the Big A when we return. Mile and 3/8 on the lawn. Chad Brown orchestration. There he is right now, the 6-5 favorite, the son of Flatter.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this,
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield, family, form, physique, fantastic.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Mile and 3/8 on the turf coming up in this first allowance condition race here in the 7th at Belmont at the Big A. And wow, even money on orchestration for Chad Brown. We're looking at Search for Truth, though, right here. Michael Dickinson. Long time off for Search for Truth as we head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, kind of an interesting group here. Mile and 3/8, a little bit of a different animal, but the one Search for Truth was a rambling winner of his maiden two back at Colonial a long time ago. That was back in 2021, but it's trained by Michael Dickinson. Looks very fit and just a big galloping kind of horse. Has an inside post and just looks like he'll be part of the pace, which could, get a little bit heated for Mile and 3/8 because you got the likes of the 4C Falls in here, who is definitely a committed kind of front runner. The 3 Mo Rewards, long, lanky son of Uncle Mo, adds blinkers here. Horse that came in kind of announcing his presence to everybody, really hollering, making a lot of fuss in the paddock, and in turn that set up the 6 Fighter in the Wind, who also was kind of answering the call and hollering back and forth at each other. These two colts here. The 8 Shorty, a lot of ability. I question that he'll really want a mile and 3/8. Looking at him from a physical perspective, he just doesn't impress me as a horse that'll stay the trip. Horse that I do think will stay the trip, though, is the 10 Analogy, son of Medaglia d'Oro. A lot of pedigree on the bottom side for stamina. Todd Pletcher's so good at getting horses, able to get longer distances, and I think he'll really appreciate the mile and 3/8 here. Does have to work out a trip, though. Post 10, not an easy journey because you're breaking pretty close to the first of 3 turns and critical to save ground in turf racing, particularly going this far.
All right, we'll get to our post parade coming up in just a moment, approaching the 11-minute mark to post here in the 7th here. I want to remind everyone, playing with Naira Bets, you can get 10 times points on Golden Gate today on all wagers. Everyone gets the bonus points. There's no opt-in required. Earn more today with your Naira Bets account.
Have you been to Golden Gate Fields? Always wanted to go.
I have, long time. I used to live not very far from it.
That's what I thought. I thought you would, yeah. No, you know, Bay Meadows was
right
open
over the Richmond
last time
Bridge.
I was in San Francisco, which shows how long it's been. No, sorry, I did not go.
All right, we'll get to this post parade again in a moment. Let's get back to Churchill. Bango, good for him. Getting back to his winning ways. Loves it. Obviously, now 8 of his 10 wins, they've come under the Twin Spires.
And a great job by Tyler being aggressive where others weren't as aggressive as perhaps they could have been. And getting involved in the pretty tepid pace here, and it just gave him a huge advantage. And 8 for 15 now at Churchill Downs. Greg Foley probably wishes they ran 12 months a year.
Bango off the bench, first start since July 24th. And just good to see him back in his best form. Greg Foley's done a nice job with this horse. Tyler Gaffleone, $9.76 for the victory in South Bend late, nailing Mucho for second. So 6-3-7 in that feature race. And they're going to close things out with a restricted maiden special weight, which we'll get to in a bit as we return here to Belmont at the Big A, and a horse who has been the favorite throughout here. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables Orchestration. Shorty was in that race back on July 30th as well for Orchestration. It was his first start of his 4-year-old season.
The problem is, see, he's preposterously overbet at 6-5. We don't know for sure. This is a question you could say about pretty much everybody in here, whether or not they're going to handle the extra distance. He's never gone beyond mile and 3/16. Now, Chad Brown is very good at finding horses that are good at these longer distance races and doing well in them. And you can say, well, he ran so well off a long layoff, he can improve. The problem is that Chad Brown's numbers off of extended layoffs and turf routes are so sensational that to suggest they rate to really improve flies in the face of the stats. He may run the same race last time, he may win. Is he the horse to beat? Probably. But I thought this was a way too competitive a race for anybody to be this kind of price.
Yeah, and too many questions to make him this price. Probably should be the favorite, but 6-5, no.
Yeah.
You saw Ray Handel there.
I'm betting Ray Handel's horse.
Constitution lawyer, the 5, talking things over with Dylan Davis, who will be aboard.
The good news for Dylan is he can't possibly give the horse a worse ride than he got last time. And I'm not saying it was all Dylan's fault. He did break a step slow. But this was when the rail was as gold as you could possibly be. And if you were even the 2 to 3 path, you really had no chance. So he breaks a little slow. At this point, Dylan had to find a way to get position. It didn't work out that way. He gets caught a solid 4+ wide in the first turn. And also, look where he is now. What is he? A few lengths off the lead. See how far out he is. The horse inside blows the turn, pushes him out. He's out in absolute no man's land at this point on a track where if you're not on the rail for the majority of the race, as the winner was, you have almost no chance. He ran sensationally. Well, I should say, he didn't run sensationally. He ran a lot better than the race looks. His trip gave him no chance, and he ran well enough in his turf debut to suggest that he has some turf ability. Now, he'd still have to improve on that turf debut, to be fair. But he had such a bad trip, and he's a big price. I have to bet a few dollars on him.
He's taking money. He's half his morning line right now. He's 8-1. And you would think connections, Dylan, have talked about that trip and have to get tighter to that fence and save some ground today to be successful. Here's Search for Truth. Long layoff, as Mink talked about, for Michael Dickinson.
Well, he's pretty famous for winning a big race off a long layoff as well, Michael Dickinson. And this horse's maiden win was okay. I wouldn't discount him.
Parketry, 43-1, Eric Cancel.
Seems like he'd have to improve substantially for Barclay Tag.
Mo Rewards won his debut sprinting on dirt and trying to get his first win on the turf coming up.
Tough to close outside in the stretch, though he did save ground for much of the race last time. Maybe he improves going long, not for me.
Norm Cassidy, the horse that's probably going to be leading the way, or one of them.
Yeah, and why can't he stretch it out? He ran well enough last time.
Constitution Lawyers, Ray Handel, Dylan Davis.
8-1 is a little on the low side of what I'd take because he does have to get better. I'm hoping he does.
Fighter in the Win, Chad Brown as well. Interesting.
Yeah, he just didn't do that much running in his one turf race, and I just wonder how good he really is.
Here's Chad Brown's favorite at 6-5 with that ride.
Logical horse, but way overbet.
Shorty, 7-1, Jorge Abreu.
Problem with Shorty is he's 1 for 15. He doesn't win, but he has the ability to win this race, and he's an overlay. How is he 7-1 and the 7 is 6-5? Doesn't make any sense.
No, it does not. Airman, Saez, Mike Maker, and then Analogy outside with Flavian Pratt.
I think Analogy's dangerous, and that same gold rail that Mo Rewards took advantage of, and he was wide the whole way around the track. I think he's a player in this race.
9-1 outside analogy. That's our field. Let's go to Jonathan for more as we're 6 minutes away.
Yeah, look, I agree with Andy. When you look through the turf numbers and you look at the 7 orchestration, it just doesn't stand out like they're betting this horse in here. So I wanted to give the 10 analogy a try. You know, when Todd Pletcher has horses going long, whether it be the grass or the dirt, it just seems like he seems to spot horses right in those situations. A lot of the horses that he gets are well bred. They've got pedigree. Some of them just lack that turn of foot or whatever is necessary to be good at shorter distances. Maybe it's just not enough speed, whatever it might be. So I feel like when Todd switches one to a longer distance, they usually run pretty well. And I thought the 10 analogy was interesting in here. I thought this was a wide open race, but let me go with the 10 and Flavien Prat, who I think does a phenomenal job in these long distance turf races, taking advantage of pace scenarios. And also I just think that his style as a rider really fits these long distance turf races. So I'll officially pick the 10 analogy, but I also think one of the things when you're looking at these longer distance turf races, you know, not the miles, not the mile and 16ths, one of the things to look for is horses that have shown some talent but have never had an opportunity to run this far. And for me, that was the 8 Shoddy, another horse that has shown some talent throughout the career, has a very capable turf trainer in Jorge Abreu, and now is getting an opportunity to try to go a little bit further. And I feel like sometimes those horses can really appreciate this added distance. We don't write a lot of races without, you know, not being stakes races that are longer than a mile and an eighth. There's not a ton of them. So when these horses find these races, I think sometimes it can kind of help them wake up. I'm not going to, you know, quit the show if the 7 wins. I just, with Andy, agree the 7's a little bit overbet.
We wouldn't hold you to that either, JK.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting him to quit the show if the horse won.
6-5 on orchestration.
I'm glad he cleared that up.
Yeah,
I was getting a little nervous.
Too.
It's getting a little nervous.
We need him this weekend.
Yeah.
Constitution lawyer. So still floating up a little bit here, but still taking money considering that 15-1 morning line. What'd you like about him?
Well, I like the fact that he came alive on the turf, and he clearly improved in his one turf race. Now, he would have to improve a little bit more and hopefully do that with distance, and that's a real question. You don't know that he will. But I love betting horses that have way against the track trips, and his trip was so outrageously bad that I have to give him another chance. I also thought he'd be 15-1 as well. 9-1, it's a nice price, but I don't think it's a particularly great price on him because look at it this way. He's only 2 points higher right now than Shoddy. And I'm sorry, Shoddy, 1 for 15 or not, is a considerably more likely winner. I don't disagree with Jonathan and Richie, who both talked about analogy and both picked him. I think he's dangerous. He was against the track as well. So I don't think the constitutional lawyer is a particularly great price. Just because he's 9-1 doesn't make him a good price. It just means he's a big price. I thought he'd be even bigger.
Shorty nose behind orchestration when they met. And yeah, he's 7-1. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, you know, as we watching horses warm up, the 3-horse certainly got me, kind of more excited about him. Mo Rewards. I liked him in the paddock, but he was a little bit vocal. He settled down nicely on the track under Joel Rosario, and he's just a big, long, striding son of Uncle Mo. So I thought he's a little bit interesting. Listen, the 7 orchestration looks great. You expect him to look great. He's coming from a top barn. Horses always were well turned out. I just preferred to go in a different direction here, and that ultimately was the 10-horse analogy. He's got to overcome the post, though, and that's no small task, but he gets Flavien Prat. He's as tactically sound a jockey as there is in the room. I mean, this is such a deep colony and so many talented riders, but he does everything well. Some guys may do certain things a little better, but he does everything well. To me, he is as rounded a rider as there is here in the circuit. And if anybody can overcome that post and find the trip, I think it'll be Flavien. And it just gives me the impression of a horse that's going to relish every bit of this trip, a mile and 3/8.
It's funny that Richie says that because, honestly, that was exactly my thought process with the 10. And I don't love the 10. He was like my 5th choice here. I just used him a little bit. But I was thinking the same thing. It's a terrible post, and people wondering why it can be a bad post. They hit the turn so quickly. It's 3 turns. You could get in trouble and lose ground on 2 or 3 turns. But I was thinking the same thing. I think if anybody can find a way to get away from that, it's Flavien. And it's not easy.
You wonder, when he broke his maiden, he actually went to the front early. So there's potentially a little bit of speed, at least to get position.
Right. I mean, that was a completely ridiculously paceless race. But one thing about Flavien is he's not afraid to be aggressive. Airman inside of him has no speed. Shorty has no speed. Orchestration has no speed. Fighter in the Wind has no speed. I think that Dylan's supposed to be forward with the 5. Sea Falls is clearly going. But I think if he feels like maybe he can get, and Search for Truth maybe the rail, but maybe he clears those horses and now he's like the 6 post kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he goes enough forward. They have to hope for a little separation. They just hit that turn so quickly. He's got about 1/8 of a mile to turn. If he can force it a little bit in the outside, at least get in the 2 path with cover, that's fine. And I think that's probably what he's hoping for.
Tough gig. I would be thinking about that. Would be weighing on my mind every second leading up to the gate. Far outside post. How am I going to get? But you got to let it play as it does when the gate's open.
And you know, obviously Richie's not here. We could ask him after the race. I think knowing Richie, he probably loves that challenge because it's the challenge of a rider. I mean, obviously you wish you were riding 1 to 5 shots in every race in the perfect post and the versus pace situation. But, I mean, it's a little bit of a chess match. And I think the thoughtful riders, and Richie was a real thinking man's rider when he rode, you're thinking, what can I do to overcome it? And then you want to see if it works out. The problem is you break a step slow, somebody else goes a little inside you, it all goes astray. But at least you have a plan to get there. And there can't be anything more satisfying than having a plan, executing it, and having it work out, especially when you're a little bit of a price.
6 to 5 favorite has been favored throughout. All of us seem to agree. Too short a price on the favorite, but
may well win, but
absolutely.
Should be 5 to 2 or 5 to 2-ish probably, right? Not supposed to be this price.
Orchestration, the 7, the 1 to beat. Arad Ortiz Jr., there he is in those Klarovich stable silks, stepping in. Second start of his 4-year-old campaign. And can Pratt, on analogy, from that outside post with that first turn coming up fairly quick, establish some position early.
And the other question is there a horse or two in here that's going to relish the 11 furlongs, that just gets naturally better? And if there is a horse or two like that, maybe they just end up being the best horses because they like the distance and the others have trouble getting it.
It's the big question here, going 1 mile and 3/8 on the grass. No one in this field has tried this distance, as it wasn't hard enough to handicap anyway.
Oh, this is a very tricky race, and that's why when the 5's up to 12 to 1 right now, the horse that I'm interested in. But if you're trying to beat the number 7 here and you're successful, you're probably getting paid, though I don't think 9 to 2 on the 3 is a particularly good price.
We're set. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
And analogy. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It is Sea Falls and a Search for Truth. Sea Falls goes on with it. Search for Truth is racing in second, and there goes Analogy now moving up on the outside, and in between horses, Fighter in the Wind. Then we come back to Orchestration, who's in 5th. Shorty alongside in 6th. Down at the rail is Constitution Lawyer, a little bit ranked there and tough to handle. Farther back of the field, Airman and Mo Rewards. At the back is Parketry in 10th. As the field comes into the stretch for the first time. And the quarter went in 23 and 4. Sea Falls showing the way here. Sea Falls is in front. Analogy on the outside in second. Search for Truth. Saving ground down at the rail in third. And then it is Fighter in the Wind next in fourth, followed by Constitution Lawyer and the favorite Orchestration. We come back to Shorty in the 7th. And then it's a break of 4 lengths to Mo Rewards down at the rail. Alongside is Airman, and Parketry continues to trail. The half went in 48 seconds, and Sea Falls now takes the field on to the backstretch. It's Sea Falls by a little more than a length, with Analogy racing in second. Search for Truth has had a ground-saving trip thus far. Alongside is Fighter in the Wind, and then it is Orchestration, who's right together with Constitution Lawyer. And 3/4 in 1:13 and 2. They are still chasing Sea Falls, who is now opened up by 3 lengths. Analogy remains in second. Search for Truth down at the rail, followed by Fighter in the Wind, Constitution Lawyer, and Orchestration. Then Shorty. Farther back, it's Parketry, Mo Rewards, and Airmen. Sea Falls, the leader right from the start, leads as they come for the top of the stretch. And then it is Search for Truth On the outside is a Fighter in the Wind. Into the lane now with Sea Falls still in front. Search for Truth, looking for a way through is Constitution Lawyer. And now Orchestration is coming on the outside along with Shorty. Here comes Fighter in the Wind. Sea Falls is there. Orchestration and Shorty. And Orchestration. Shorty. Narrowly over Orchestration.
Shorty outdueling Orchestration to the wire at 5-1 over the 7-5 favorite.
So they hit the wire together last time, and Shorty, who I understand is 1 for 15, goes off at 5-1 instead of 7-5 on the 7. It's the definition of value. Both of them got good rides. Both of them got good trips. They were the logical 2 horses. They ran 1-2. He was a bit of an overlay. Unfortunately, I was too stupid to bet a little 7-8 with 5 in the try, and I do think that Constitutional Lawyer, no, he didn't get up for third, actually. Maybe coming through the rail kind of hampered his close a little bit as he ran well, but they were the logical 2 horses. The 8 was just an overlay.
Yeah, Fighter in the Wind, the 6 for Chad Brown, I believe 13-1 gets third.
Yeah.
8-7-6, 5-1 shot, winning this mile and 3/8 marathon on the lawn.
Jose gets the best of his brother. I think closing up the rail like the 5 did is a tricky thing to do and probably sort of mute him a little bit. But on the other, you see him try to run and he just kind of stalls inside of horses. And I don't think he was winning anyway, but those outside clear runs are always the better ones to make.
All right, so 5-1 winner, Jorge Abreu, Jose Ortiz team up to take the 7th on the card here at Belmont at the Big A. When we come back, prices from here in South Ozone Park, and we'll have the nightcap coming up at Churchill Downs. 6 furlong sprint to close out their card in a wide open maiden race. We'll be back. Back on America's Day of the Races, finale coming up at Churchill Downs. 6 furlong sprint in a restricted maiden special weight. Horses who sold for $50,000 or less at their most recent auction. The condition here, 2-1 favorite, is the 10 Childers, second time out for Brad Cox. We start with a first-time starter from the rail, Freezing Point.
Can I say that 10-1 is a surprisingly low price considering sort of sold cheaply, and I'm not familiar with the connections at all, right? Could this horse be 80-1 here?
Yeah,
right? Little strange. It's
Definitely
only
is
10 to
taking
1,
some money,
right?
yeah. As a bullet drill, Keeneland. Garuvan by Gervin, debuting the 2.
Coming in from Thistledown. Little added intrigue for Tim Ham.
Dam won the debut by 15.5 lengths, but in a very soft spot. Mogul Crack, first time out.
A half to 3 horses that probably couldn't outrun you and I in a horse suit.
Moncrief at 5 to 1. Ron Moquette.
I love Sidney Moncrief. I got to be rooting for a horse named for Sidney Moncrief. One of the most underappreciated basketball players of my lifetime.
Dam was 10 for 21. Rated stakes placed as well. Born Flawless, 32 to 1 here. David Cohen rides.
Not taking any money first time out. Not much pedigree to speak of. Little Brian Lynch money. Do we need to text? What's his name?
Brian Lynch money.
No, the 6. Right.
6
First
to
turn
1.
6 getting bet here a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's 6 to 1. Was 12 to 1 morning line.
Do we know anybody that knows him?
Long pattern of works. Here's the 7 Tom Spirit.
Not a lot to speak of the relatives of this horse. Is that Manny Machado riding?
Speed and then backed up on turf first time out. Golden Rain, the 8 went by at 11 to 1. And here's the 9 at 5 to 1 with Florent Giroux.
Yeah, taking a little money this first timer as Greg Foley's looking to win back-to-back races.
I got a Son of Connect here debuting. Childers, experience, and showed speed on the dirt at Saratoga.
Yeah, I think this horse to beat. I mean, it showed a lot of speed in that race, restricted race. Probably going to run better. Probably much horse to beat.
Yeah, true prodigy Mike Maker, second-time starter, debuted on grass, Kentucky Downs.
I want to bet the 1 here. How is the 1 got down to 9 to 1 now? I got to bet a little 1 and a little 10-1 box, 110 box.
All right, there is the gray. Let's get more on this finale from Paulie.
Yeah, this board is as confusing to me as it's confusing to you. We all thought that the 10 horse here for Brad Cox would be your favorite. I actually thought the 11 in here for Mike Maker would be your solid second choice or be battling for favoritism, because it seems like the horses that he's run at Kentucky Downs or have ran at Kentucky Downs have come here on the dirt and have been dead live. Now, you might take the other approach because Michael Maker did win the meet at Kentucky Downs, so maybe this horse just didn't fire. But I'm surprised, but the 9, rate confirmation, 15 to 1 morning line, taking a ton of money. The 4 in here, I'm in agreement with Andy. Sidney Moncrief had a sweet little mid-range jump shot, mid-range game, underrated player for the Bucks. This horse was entered actually in a non-restricted race about a week ago and actually was in an also eligible, now in a restricted race, because this is for horses that did not sell or RNA at a sale for $50,000 or less, and this horse sold for $42,000. That horse is taking money, and also the 1 Freezing Point. So I with Andy completely and with you guys, the 10 here for Brad Cox is the horse to beat. Which one of these first-time starters is going to fire?
I am so intrigued by the money the 1 is taking. I know the horse is showing some decent works, but I've been around a long time. I'm not familiar with this trainer. I did not look up if he's run horses in the last year and a half. They're not showing him running any horses in 2022. I mean, 9 to 1? What's his morning line? He's got to be a much
12 to 1
price.
morning line.
Oh, he did.
You got 3 bullet drills showing up at Keeneland. Another one that was the second quickest at 36 in the morning out of the gate. So obviously there's some ability there. The Dam, for what it's worth, only start on the dirt. She was last of 9 in that event.
Oh, there's no pedigree on this horse to speak of. Works or not, I'm surprised the money is taking, but maybe I'm just falling in the same trap that other people are betting on the works, and I never bet on posted workouts unless workout reports or nothing for me.
So Brad Cox, Childers, the 10. Tyler Gaffleone, certainly taking a lot of money. Golden Rain, Brett Calhoun, the 8. It was turf in that debut, but turf speed usually translates to dirt speed, so it should be quick early. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. Childers reared up in there. Settled. And they're off. Some crowding down toward the inside, not the best beginning for the inside four. Childers breaks on top and is quickly racing for the lead. Tom Spirit is away second. True Prodigy advances up on the outside, and Golden Rain is there too, but it's Childers in front. Childers in front over to the rail with 4.5 furlongs to go. True Prodigy is on the chase from second. Golden Rain is racing in third. Moncrief comes on to grab fourth. Highway Robber racing fifth. Tom Spirit losing ground sixth. Freezing Point on the move from seventh. Rate Confirmation is eighth. Grooven is back in ninth. Mogul Crack is second to last. And Born Flawless is the trailer. The leader is Childers, and the lead is 2 lengths heading for the quarter pole. But Highway Robber sidles up outside, second off the turn. Childers in front, Highway Robber set down now. These two head and head for the lead. Freezing Point trying to rally with Rate Confirmation. There's 1 furlong to go. Highway Robber has taken the lead. Childers is back into second. Freezing Point is third. They're coming for the wire, and Highway Robber from just off the pace scores by 2.5, nearly 3 in the end. Childers was second, Freezing Point was third, Grooven was fourth, and Tom Spirit was fifth.
First time starter for Lynchy. Brian Lynch, Highway Robber, son of Hard Spun, wins the debut, 6-10-1 finish.
Very good, good performance for Brian Lynch today. Nice job on this horse. The money was right on Freezing Point. Travis Stone noted how the inside horse is crowded without seeing the head on. Somebody obviously came over. And Freezing Point, if you didn't run the best race, it's close.
Got to say goodbye to those watching on Bally Sports Southern California and San Diego. Program, of course, continuing on FS2. And that is a look at Miracle as we get set for a feature at Belmont at the Big A coming up here in the Joseph A. Jimma. We'll see you after a break.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for staying with us. We got the feature coming up at Belmont next. Our program, Belmont at the Big A, I should say. Program brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Go to nairabets.com, get signed up, started, match 200, that code to use at sign up. Our feature race is also our 2-year-old race of the day. It's brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion, General Sire Into Mischief, and the favorite right now, we've talked about him earlier, I should say, Miracle for Rudolph Brissett, Flavian Pratt. She will have the outside post. Let's head downstairs and welcome back Acacia Clement.
We'll start just there, Greg, with Miracle to the outside, as she does get back on a fast dry track today, which I think that she should appreciate. Watching her in the Seeking the Ante last time out, it seemed like she was not really into the bridle at any point. Flavian Pratt was really kind of asking her to keep up with the rest of the field, and she did end up closing to finish third behind the impressive Maple Leaf Mel, but she just never really looked like she was totally comfortable throughout. She won so impressively in her first start that it led me to believe that adding a little bit more distance today should not be a problem for her at all. And seeing her, I don't mind the 7/8 even one bit. That she's got a lot of nice stretch to her frame, and one thing I do appreciate is that she's actually strengthened up quite a bit since her first start too. You like to see them put on that muscle mass. So I think that this is a very good spot for her, and she's drawn to the outside. She has a little bit of early speed, which could help her given the fact that a couple of other long shots, though with early foot, did come out of this race. The main foe does appear to be Security Code, and while she did regress on numbers last time out, I liked the way that she did it. She was wide throughout early on, and then wide on the turn as well, and she was able to run down the pace setter pretty easily. She was flattered when Stonewall Star, the runner-up from that race, came back to win with a 72 buyer speed figure yesterday. This filly by Frosted is the half-sister to No Mo Spending, who actually won this very race, the Joseph H. Emma for Ian Wilkes. So it's in her pedigree to be effective here, and she too has continued to fill out and strengthen up. It's actually my first time laying eyes on her in the flesh, and she is such a good-looking filly. There's a lot of good substance to her. She's striding out beautifully. She has some good leg on her. Again, I like the stretch out and distance, and I love everything that I've seen from Security Code so far. We'll see if trainer Phil Serpy, who had that strong Saratoga, particularly with young horses, can continue that momentum on here to the fall. The number 6, Gambling Girl. It was a slow race, yes, but she is the only one in the field to have won at the 7 furlongs, and she did so by 10.5 last time. While she did pull away, and she was facing inferior foes, certainly, than what she'll find in here today, I did notice that her strides were kind of shortening in the stretch. She didn't do it in the most efficient kind of fluid way, but she's a leggy type of filly. She's very athletic. She has been very professional throughout. She actually came into the paddock dragging her handlers around, really on the muscle in the paddock in here today. So it does seem that she'd need to get a bit faster in comparison with her 2 other main rivals that I talked about, and we'll see if she can improve off of that race, because yes, she won by open margins, but I do still think that she'd need to take a few jumps to get around the likes of Miracle and Security Code. Greg?
Yeah, thank you, Cation. The public sees it that way as well, as we're 9 minutes from a start. You can play this feature race. Joseph A. Gemma and all the action, all meet long and beyond. With Naira Bets, that's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code right there, match 200 for new members at nairabets.com. Before we get to the post parade, let's head back to Churchill. Wrap up their card. Highway Robber, first time out, trained by Brian Lynch, owned by Susan and Jim Hill.
We were on for 4 races. Brian won, or we were on for 3 races. Brian won 2 of them. Not bad. Not a bad day's work getting it done. Freezing point, the money was right. I'm going to watch the replay again. And you have to head on the start. And Travis noted there was that clear trouble on the inside, and all those horses bunched up, probably breaking inside. Freezing point ran very, very well to finish 3rd.
Wow, huge pick 5 today. 20,000 for 50 cents.
I didn't have it, Greg, did you?
I did not play it, but I wouldn't have had it, I do not think, as we're back here at Belmont. So feature race coming up. Here's the favorite, 6-5, Miracle, Rudolph Brissett. And Rudolph said was very disappointed with that performance. Ran flat, they thought, on that sloppy track in start number 2. This is the debut when she looks so impressive, winning by 6 lengths.
I don't think that she should be 6-5. I don't believe there should be this kind of discrepancy between her and the 2 Security Code. Having said that, I'll give her a bit of a pass. For last time, it did rain really hard, and it rained right, before the race. It wasn't one of those wet tracks on a good afternoon. This was when the rain was coming down, so maybe the horse just a little bit intimidated. Also lost to a very talented runner. She was good first time, but the question is, will she come back to that effort? I think Security Code has run twice and run well both in her starts, is as likely a winner, and is an overlay at her current 3-1.
Well, they love the outside post for Miracle. And they also, as we mentioned earlier, love that Maple Leaf Mel's not in this race. They were considering the Aspirant and Finger Lakes on Monday, but decided to go here instead with the nice draw and with no Maple Leaf Mel. Here's the other one that you believe is the main threat. Security code, Phil Serpy. Again, these same connections. Won the Spinaway, Leave No Trace, Wellspring Stables. That grade 1 to close out the meet for 2-year-old fillies.
Great summer for Phil Serpy up there, really very strong. And I think it's fair to say, well, why the big regression second time out? 70 buyer first time, second to Maple Leaf Mel. Comes back and wins, but gets a 60 buyer. Well, whether fair or unfair, the second place finisher came back and I think ran a 72 or 73 buyer to win quite convincingly yesterday. So maybe she just improved a lot in her second start. Or maybe this race is a little stronger than the figure suggests. Not saying the figure's wrong, but sometimes races are better than the figures, and sometimes they're worse, as we know.
Serpy, her trainer of the 2 you're looking at, he says he just loves her at it. She's a tough filly, and that's what he really likes about her, so she will fight.
Is there a concern that, you know, she's now making her third start in just 44 days, so basically in 6 weeks. She made her debut. She came back just over 3 weeks later, and now she's coming back in exactly 3 weeks. Are people concerned that maybe it's a heavy workload? I don't have an answer to it. Some horses are fine, some aren't.
You saw her pilot getting ready to hop aboard Jose Lezcano. He'll be taking over for Tyler Gaffleone, who was aboard for that one at Saratoga.
And it looked like the assistant trainer, Rodrigo Ubillo, was leading Jose over.
Meanwhile, there's Jose Ortiz.
Happy he just beat his brother the last race at the wire.
It's got to feel good, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Le Bon Temps will be his mount here for Mike Maker.
I love these people that suggest that they help each other win. These guys want to beat each other as much as anybody. It's so preposterous.
And a leg up to the apprentice Jose Gomez, Lady Mine for Jimmy Chapman. He said, Jimmy Chapman said she was a bit of a slow learner, but she's been getting better and better every race. Kind of a big filly, and that's caused her to have some problems getting out of the gate quickly.
Well, he paid $4,000 for her, and she's now made $98,000, and she's not supposed to get a check here, so
it's already
he's doing pretty well with this horse for $4,000. Good for him.
Well, she was second behind Maple Leaf Mel, ahead of Miracle last time out. Again, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day here coming up in this Joseph A. Jimma. And here is security code to kick things off for Phil Serpy.
Breaks from the inside, and Jose will have to get position, but I like her chances here, and I picked her over the favorite.
9-2, Lady Mine. The apprentice Jose Gomez won't get that weight allowance here, though.
She's overachieved, and she ran very well after breaking her maiden, so maybe she takes another step forward. Not impossible.
Le Bon Temps from Norm Cassie, now with Mike Maker. Jose Ortiz rides.
Yeah, I just don't know if she's really good enough. She would need the race to get hot up front and maybe take advantage of that.
Gambling Girl, 3-1. Next, Stora, Rad Ortiz Jr. for Todd Pletcher.
The reality is, if it wasn't Todd Pletcher, she should be and I, Rad Ortiz, should be the longest shot on the board because she's simply slower than all the horses. And I think people are confused by her win by 10 lengths last time. She won by 10 because the others behind her can't run at all.
Yeah. And Miracle outside, 6-5 favorite. Rudolph Brissett, Windstar Farm, Flavian Pratt.
Listen, she regressed in her second start. Was the sloppy seal track? It's a reasonable excuse. But she's 6-5 in here. The post draw helps her. She's okay, but I'm not convinced off her second effort.
No, Connection's hoping for a lot better. They were hoping for better, and that's seeking the ante. At least they get a fast track today. Let's go to Jonathan for more.
Yeah, I can understand why you would question Miracle's last performance. She ran really well on debut, and then she came back and was third, beaten by Lady Mine, and here the 4-horse we'll talk about in a second. But I think when situations like that arise, you try to give these horses a legitimate excuse. And I think that you could at least start to make a story that she didn't appreciate the racetrack. She was chasing a very talented horse in Maple Leaf Mel. And now she'll be able to kind of relax a little bit towards the outside. She gets a fast racetrack to run on, very similar to the one that she won on debut. And she's drawn towards the outside, which is a very comfortable place for tactical horses, especially tactical young horses, where they can kind of see what's happening to the inside of them. So I think she's got an opportunity to bounce back. If she runs that debut race, she could be tough in here. Into the 4, Lady Mine. This horse is just fast. She's got a lot of speed, and I think anytime you can find horses that have speed, especially young horses that could potentially be out on the front end, they're always dangerous. They always have a chance. And I thought Lady Mine, who's got a lot of experience, has a couple of races that fit in here, and I felt like Lady Mine is the one that you want to upset Miracle if you're going to find someone. So it's speed for me in here, speed towards the inside, speed towards the outside. Acacia, how does the 4 look on the racetrack?
She looks great, Jonathan. She's one that's really kind of developed and come along. And as Greg had alluded to with comments from her trainer, she really is a very big filly. And sometimes it just kind of takes with horses, young horses of that size, for them to kind of catch up to their limbs and get their feet underneath of them. And I think that that was a product in what we saw from Lady Mine. Jose Gomez gave her a great trip last time out in the Seeking the Ante. And she, unlike some of the others, despite being such a big filly, she didn't seem to mind the wet track or the rain or anything at all. She really seemed to appreciate it, actually. Now, she is one that carries a lot of good substance from race to race, and she is really strong. She's continued to develop nicely. I love her getting some more ground, too. I think that that really should bode well for her. Surprisingly, she's been pretty quiet out on the track, staying with the pony. In fact, only the 6 Gambling Girl left the pony for a big gallop. But as far as the 2 Security Code is concerned, it's cooler out today. The people definitely feel it. I brought out the jacket for the first time, but the horses start to feel a little fresh too, and you can just kind of see that with Security Code. She's feeling a little frisky out on track, and Jose Lezcano kept her with the pony, not doing anything naughty, but just really kind of feeling good. This is the weather that horses really tend to love most as it starts to get a little bit crisper in these fall, now officially fall temperatures, but she framed herself up beautifully. She's moving well out there. I think that Miracle definitely is a nice filly, but I just have been really enamored with everything that I've seen from Security Code in all the preliminaries, Greg.
Yeah, horses love this weather. They even like it down into the 40s. I did not love the sudden change we had today. It definitely got a lot crisper and cooler here today from yesterday.
70 to 80 works for me 12 months a year. I'm obviously living in the wrong place for that, but I agree it was a little chilly today. Very, very chilly in our studio downstairs.
Security Code, there she is. So Phil Serpy trying to guide her to back-to-back wins. He believes extra ground's going to be better for her. We'll see. 7-2 in here.
I don't understand how the set 2 could possibly be a longer price than the 6. That just makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. I mean, I don't have a
Fletcher and Ortiz, but I'm with you. That does not deserve to be.
No, I think it's utterly ridiculous. I think the 6 is confirmed. Now it's 5-2 and 7-2. It's like they're calling, bet me with the 2, and I'm going to have to lose a few dollars on her.
And meanwhile, even money on Miracle. So
should she be even money?
Public believing back to a fast track, forgive that performance when that rain just poured down, and she really didn't get a hold of it that day, that she will return to what we saw in that debut. And if she can improve to what she ran in the debut, she's obviously going to be scary here. But even money, that is a short proposition.
That's a short price. That's a short price.
It is. Jose Lezcano off the 2. They'll load Security Gate without him. So she is behaving herself, and it looks like she'll get guided in. And I'm with JK. Lady Mine, she showed that speed when she broke her maiden. Is she going to be quick in leading the way in here?
Yeah. Oh, with the 1 and 3 scratching, she becomes the main speed.
Joseph A. Jim, a feature in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. 7/8 of a mile here in the 8th from Belmont at the Big A. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Number 2 Security Code has been backed out. Security Code back in the gate. Jose Lezcano back aboard. We're set for the start. And they're off in the Joseph A. Jimma Stakes, and it is a long shot, Le Bon Temps, who goes out for the lead with the favorite Miracle, a close-up second. Lady Mine in the white blinkers is right alongside of Security Code, and the trailer is Gambling Girl in fifth up the backstretch. Le Bon Temps in front here by 3/4 of a length. Then it's Security Code and Miracle, heads apart second and third, with Lady Mine in fourth, a length and a half to Gambling Girl, the opening quarter mile in 24 seconds. Le Bon Temps by a length. Miracle, Security Code, Lady Mine, Gambling Girl, those four are all together just in behind the front runner. Le Bon Temps by a half length as Miracle now gets closer, and Gambling Girl makes her move on the extreme outside as they race around the far turn. Le Bon Temps, Miracle's in between horses. Gambling Girl on the outside, the half one in 48-3. The front three have 3 lengths on Security Code and a Lady Mine, and they're coming for the top of the stretch. It is a Miracle in between horses, and on the outside, Gambling Girl. Le Bon Temps is down at the rail and now back in third as they come down for the 8th pole. And here is Gambling Girl on the outside to grab a narrow lead. Miracle is in second. Le Bon Temps is in third with a 16th to the finish. It is Gambling Girl in front, and Gambling Girl was the right gamble today as she wins the Jimma by a length and a half. Miracle was second, and Le Bon Temps finished third.
Gambling Girl, Todd Pletcher, Rat Ortiz Jr. takes a step forward, 3-1 to win the Joseph A. Jimma.
She took a step forward, and others took a few leaps backwards, particularly the 7 and 2 in this race. Listen, I didn't like her at all. I think she should have been 8-1. She won at 3-1. Rat Ortiz and Todd Pletcher, big wins for them. I guess she took a bit of a step forward. 127.62. Track is slow, but that's a slow race. Nice win for them, though.
4th career start. We mentioned she was dominant in a slow race against a poor group last time out. And she probably should have been a lot bigger than the 3-1 she got here, but with these connections, you're rarely going to get that.
Yeah, no, she should have been probably the longest shot on the board, honestly. But she had a big win last time. But from a speed figure standpoint, she did not match up with the others in here. But she probably improved a little bit today, and the others just did not run at all. I mean, Miracle had no excuse whatsoever. The 2 Security Code did break a little bit slow, but she was atrocious. I mean, she didn't do any running. And the 4 broke a little slow, but she was awful as well.
Gambling Girl, Rapoli Stable, Pletcher, Ortiz Jr., Irad meets leading rider. Adds another one here. And an even money favorite defeated here in the feature race. 6-7-5-2, 15-1 shot in third there as well, Le Bon Temps. But it's Gambling Girl with the victory. One more look down the stretch. Familiar silks of Queens native Mike Rapoli. Those Mets colors. And Gambling Girl with the win. We'll have the prices when we come back, and a preview to come of tomorrow's Grade 1 showdown at Parks in the Pennsylvania Derby. Haskell winner, Cyberknife settling in at Parks, coming off that runner-up finish behind Epicenter in the Grade 1 Travers for Brad Cox. We'll be back.
Unified, a 3-time graded stakes winner by leading sire Candy Ride, defeating multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Your Biscuits in the Gulfstream Park Sprint, and second in the Grade 1 Carter by a nose. With multiple stakes winners in his first crop, including Roger McQueen and Unified Report. Unified, a proven winner on the track, a proven stallion in the making.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on FS2, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Feature race on our Friday card here at Belmont at the Big A. In the books, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day goes to Gambling Girl, Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable and Arad Ortiz Jr., $8.50 for the victory. Miracle, even money, winds up second. Le Bon Temps rounds out the trifecta. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by winning rider Arad Ortiz, Gambling Girl. She was pretty sharp, even coming back to the winner's circle. I rode a horse that she really seemed like she took a big step forward today.
Last time too, when she run 7-8, she improved a lot. Last time, that kind of filly, the 6 is too short for her. Last time she went by 10. We was very happy the way she did it. And today, against 7-8, against some better fillies, but she was for early place early. She put me in a good position. I was maybe 3 lengths behind the horse I have to beat, and was pretty happy where I was. Half a mile, she started picking up by her own and let her do her thing, and she got the job done.
The fact that she was the only filly, and young horses too, that had a win at the 7 furlongs, did that give you a little bit more confidence coming into today?
A little bit. She run 4 times already, so I know she got the experience on the distance, and she got 4 races already. So I was pretty concerned. I was sure that if I can move early, I will have to do it, because probably gonna still have some horse in the end. The other horses you only have 1 race, so I just try to do my thing and work it out good.
She had that fitness, that foundation for sure. Now, tomorrow we're going to see you heading over to Parks to ride Tawnyport in the Pennsylvania Derby, a horse you've ridden before. Can you tell us a little bit of some thoughts on the Pennsylvania Derby for you?
It's a nice horse. Last time was an inside trip. He wasn't really happy. He don't mind to. I asked him. He tried to go through the rail and keep trying. Just get beat by a nice horse on Epicenter, and it was a little uncomfortable maybe for me. I think if he can be outside, he can do a better job, better performance. So he's doing in great shape. Bracco's doing a good job all the time, and I'm very positive.
We look forward to it. Best of luck tomorrow. Congratulations here.
Thank you very much.
Arad Ortiz, he's well familiar with those blue and orange Rapoli silks, and well familiar seeing them in the winner's circle too. Greg?
Acacia, thanks. Yeah, he's going to be back on Tawnyport. He won the Grade 3 Ohio Derby on him. We'll preview that race coming up in a moment. One of the stablemates in that race, along with Cyberknife for Brad Cox, as we look at the late pick 5. Follow along, $27 horse, $13.80 horse, shorty. You should have been closer to probably 3-1 or 7-2.
Churchill should have paid less than Gambling Girl. He was a considerably more likely winner than Gambling Girl was, at least on paper.
This race, 6 furlongs, outer turf to close out this card. I like this race. New York bred, first allowance condition. There's quite a few ways to go in here.
I do. I mean, the horse to beat is Busy Morning. They're over betting Sarah Gaze, but it's Irad Ortiz. I like Blame It on Mary. I think Simply Sweet that gets in off the Alsos is dangerous as well.
All right, we'll have more on this race coming up in a moment. ABR race of the week, Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby. As we said the other day, just about everybody in this division, with the exception of Epicenter, is showing up in this spot. Zandon, Cyberknife, Taba, and strong supporting cast beneath them as well. Several we saw in the Derby. Cyberknife, Taba, they went at it in the Haskell, and it was Cyberknife who came out on top.
Yeah, and listen, I don't want to take anything away from Cyberknife. He's a very nice horse, and he's really an agile horse. The way he sort of moves in the two-path and then he splits horses down towards the inside, not a lot of horses would do that. They're uncomfortable in those spots, and he is a horse that's very comfortable running inside of horses, and it's worked to his advantage on a number of occasions. But I think it's a fair argument that Tabor ran the better race in here. First of all, he was coming off a substantial layout. But also, more than that, he wasn't comfortable inside on the backstretch, and Mike Smith had to back out and go around, and he just wasn't as agile as Cyberknife. But the reality is, if he was agile like Cyberknife, he would have been comfortable inside, and he would have had that position on Cyberknife, and he would have won the race. So the agility of Cyberknife is really what made him the winner.
Well, he followed that up with a distant second to Epicenter in the Grade 1 Travers. And well, that was 1.25 miles, back to 1.1 1/8, where he proved in the Haskell he is more than capable.
Be a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Cyberknife, if he wins this race. Not
and
bad.
You're saying if he wins it, there's an argument
that he deserves real consideration for top 3-year-old.
Okay.
Now, Epicenter is the better horse, though. That's the problem. You know, even though he has only the one Grade 1 win, he has a second, the Preakness, second, the Travers, and he won this definitive race. All I'm saying is that Cyberknife's his accomplishments matter. The same way I said Jack Christopher, who has the 2 Grade 1s. His accomplishments matter. I could see if Cyberknife wins here.
Throw out seconds in classics? They don't mean anything?
No, I don't. No, I think they do matter.
Okay.
But they're also not as important as the Grade 1 wins. I mean, if they're going to make these races Grade 1s, they've got to be able to say they're important races. I'm not making a big case for him to be the. I still think
Is a second of
Epicenter.
the Derby more important than an Arkansas Derby win?
Yes. But I also believe that none of these preps should be Grade 1s. None of them.
Okay.
Because you can't make the Triple Crown races Grade 1s and the preps Grade 1s
No, it's
as
an
well.
interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Here's Zandon. Look, so many people have believed, and he's looked like the horse that's going to go on and get by these runners and have that big win. He has, obviously, that Bluegrass Grade 1 win. What do you think? Can Joel Rosario be the difference for him?
Well, that's an interesting question. I don't think Flavian's done anything wrong with him. I think he's run well in his races. He probably gets better a little less distance, so 1 1/8 might be better than 1 1/4 for him. I wonder if a mile could be even better if he ends up in a race like the Cigar Mile. We'll see. They made a change back to Joel, rode him first time out when he won at 6 or 6.5 furlongs in his debut. He's a big-time player. Taba feels to me like the horse to beat, though, in here. His last race was very good, but I think Zandon's a player.
So Zandon, Cyberknife, Taba. That's
They're
that's
the
the
big
three.
three. But there are others.
Of the rest of this group, who do you think is the horse that's going to step up and that you like?
That's an interesting question. Well, I have an affinity for Simplification. I've always thought he was kind of a neat horse and show up, so I guess he'd be my long shot at this point. But I haven't really finished handicapping the race, to be honest with you. I'm more interested in the Cotillion. I'm excited by the Cotillion as well.
Kentucky Oaks winner going to show up in there, tackling not Ness, but 3 Todd Pletcher fillies in that spot.
And the horse Green Up on the rail, unlike the Morning Line, will be the shortest price of Todd's horses, and she should be. I think, is it Adair Minor?
Adair Manor.
Manor. The Bob Baffert horse, very dangerous. Try to wire the field, but she has to deal with Asmussen. And I think Jerry Manor's going to run a lot better as well.
All right, Mike Smith, big chance to sweep those 2 Grade 1s. For Baffert. Coming up on Saturday, we're going to have live coverage of that action. We're going to take a timeout. We will be back. We'll talk about that Cotillion when we return, and the nightcap coming up from Belmont at the Big A. Stay with us. Favorite right now, Jose Lezcano's busy morning for Jorge Abreu. We'll be back.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one-word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
We're back. Good to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races with a nightcap to come. Here on this Friday card at Belmont of the Big A, it's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Race 9, here 6 furlongs, outer turf. New York bred first allowance condition at 10. Busy morning, cutting back in distance. Jorge Abreu, Jose Lezcano. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there with the number 10, Busy Morning, as she does cut back in distance, which I love. I had liked her physically last time and thought that she had grown a little bit from her first couple of starts, but just was really concerned about the mile for her. And she's run twice at the mile and run well, but I think that she's much more suited to a sprint distance, which is what she'll get to do in here today. Also, something that I had noticed about her in her last couple starts, particularly two back, is that she was still a little bit green when asked to switch her leads by Jose Lezcano, in that she would kind of start to lug into the rail a little bit and just move a little bit awkward and maybe lose a little bit of momentum. Was a little smoother last time out, and I would think that this spot is probably going to see her be able to settle a little bit more. Now, she does have an outside post once again. That didn't seem to matter for her when she broke her maiden 2 starts back, but she's incredibly fit in here. She's really, really strong. Busy Morning, and again, I love the turn back in distance. We did also see Royal Dancer come out of that New York Stallion series and break her maiden the other day. The number 6, Saratoga Gaze, comes in off a bit of a freshening since June, and she did win off of a layoff that day, so she's shown that she can run well fresh. She came in wearing a training saddle and accompanied by the pony, much like she was back earlier this year and last year too. She's the type that can kind of live on her nerves a little bit. She can be really, really sharp, and I'll keep my eyes on her out on the track because she's been very calm for her standards here in the paddock today, and obviously they've taken every step to keep her relaxed with the pony accompanying her and just trying to keep her quiet, but it's been working. She is much calmer now than she has been in the past, and I think that she looks very fit off the layoff too. She doesn't always carry a ton of condition, but she's certainly not carrying any excess weight. And we'll see if she can make it 2 wins in a row, as she does have to step up and face winners for the first time. I thought the 9, Blame It on Mary, was a little bit intriguing as she goes back to the turf, which is definitely her preferred surface. 3 starts back, she finished a second place finish at a bit of a price, but last time out I thought that she had a little bit of a trip. She kind of broke out into her foe. She was asked to get up into the fray, but just out-footed. She runs best when she's able to show some speed. I know she's not a winning type, but I think that this is really the right spot for her. She's been sharp here in the paddock. She looks really strong, and if she can show a little bit of early foot, I thought that she could be one to potentially grab a piece and be intriguing as kind of an other horse besides a favorite. Greg?
I'm with Acacia on the 9 in this race, Blame It on Mary. And I don't discount the 10. I think Busy Morning is the horse to beat. But Blame It on Mary ran a race 3 back and 2 back in her turf races that would make her maybe the favorite in this race. She was favored in next start at Saratoga, and she didn't run. She got bumped hard at the start, and she just never got in the picture. And she's a horse that's always been able to be very, very forward. And I'm going to take my chance as she gets back to her good effort. And I think 7 to 1 is very, very, very generous. This is her race 3 back. I mean, this is the race that's good. This was the last race on Belmont Stakes Day. I think a repeat of this effort, and Palace Gossip, who beat her, is very, very nice. I think a repeat of that effort, and she's the horse to beat in this race. And it's 7 to 1. I'm going to take my chances. She's dirtied up by a dirt race. She's not a dirt horse. And a race where things just never went right for her. I'm hoping things go right today, and I like her outside draw.
It looked like she, for a moment, was going to get that win here.
Tough loss.
Just misses by a neck. And that next turf sprint start, yeah, put a line through that. She had trouble in that race. 8 to 1 right now. Kendra Carmouche will ride. We'll get to the post parade coming up in a moment. We mentioned the 3-year-old filly race, grade 1, on that Parks card on Saturday as well. Has the Kentucky Oaks winner for D. Wayne Lucas, and has a Dare Manor for Baffert returning as well at 7 to 2. But for Secret Oath, she does not have to deal with Nest in this spot. Last 2 starts, she's been beat by her by a combined nearly 17 lengths.
And maybe she just found a horse that she just couldn't beat, and she ran well to be second. I'm skeptical. I don't believe this is the Secret Oath we were seeing earlier, because Secret Oath beat her fair and square in the Churchill Downs. Now, to be fair, Nest has improved, and Todd's obviously done an excellent job with her improving. But I wonder if she's starting to tail off a little bit. I thought it was extremely unfair to criticize Louis Saez in the CCA Oaks. I just think he's riding the second best horse at best. And I just think a horse like a Dare Manor, who could have been a player in the Kentucky Oaks, I think Gerrymander, who got the wrong ride trying to rate last time in the Alabama, I think both those horses and Green Up on the Rail are much more interesting horses than Secret Oath.
Now, this is a Dare Manor back with Bob Baffert. This is in the Black Eyed Susan when she ran second. And she stamped herself as a major force in this division the first 2 starts of the year.
And I don't think Bob Baffert's going to play around. He's going to tell Mike Smith to go. Now, the problem is Society has speed on the outside, and that could be a problem for her. But I do think that Dare Manor is a very, very big player in this race.
Cotillion, Grade 1, coming up tomorrow from Parks. We start off our post parade here at Belmont of the Big A with Silver Fist Eric Cancel aboard.
I've always liked this horse in the dirt. She's half to a turf winner, so I guess you could say she has enough pedigree, has a chance at a big price.
Lisa's Vision, go back to the last time she was sprinting on turf and she won.
Yeah, I didn't like the race she came out of. I just think she's in too tough.
Flip My Id, Jose Gomez, Mike Maker.
Look to see this horse go to the lead. I just don't know if she's good enough.
Silken Dollar.
Well, she won her first turf start and declined in all her races after that. She did what she needed to that day. She beat me by a nose.
Here's Saratoga Gaze. Right now, the favorite off a maiden score for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, it's mystifying why you would take the horse as the favorite, but mystifying why you take the last winner at 3-1. I guess it's all Irad Ortiz.
13-1, Dylan Davis for Mike Maselli here.
Barn has been a little bit on the cold side. The race 2 back is good enough to give the horse an outside chance.
22-1, Rigby moving to the Phil Serpy barn.
Phil Serpy's had 2 horses underperform subsequent to those Saratoga performances as he takes over the training of Rigby.
You mentioned why you like Blame It on Mary, 7-1, Kendra Carmouche.
Yeah, I think she's a very interesting player for Eddie Barker.
And Busy Morning, obviously major contender here on the cutback in distance. Jose Lezcano.
She actually ran okay last time, Busy Morning, all things considered.
She's co-favorite at 2-1. New York Final Furlong Racing Stable, War Dancer filly, and then in from the also eligible list outside the 11, Sinfully Sweet Marcassi.
She was outside against the good rail last time, going too far. She cuts back to a race. If she runs back that race at Saratoga, she's going to be tough in here. I think she's a player.
4 minutes away from the finale here on this Friday card, Belmont at the Big A. For those who have not already gotten signed up with Naira Bets, this is how you do it. The offer, $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with the code match 200 at sign-up at NairaBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including this finale here coming up. Let's go to Jonathan for more on the 9th.
Yeah, the 6 Saratoga Gaze and the 10 Busy Morning both make a ton of sense in here, but I just feel like there's some other creative horses, including the 5 Silken Dollar. Look, if you look 4 races back, this horse ran well that day. Okay, broke the maiden, got a nice speed figure, and then the horse comes back, goes 7 furlongs facing better, doesn't run particularly well, and then 2 races back, going probably too short, close to a fast pace. I just feel like if this horse can somehow find that race from 4 back at 20-1, I think you're looking at a horse that has an opportunity to run a little bit better. And then also the 11 Sinfully Sweet. This is a horse that, same idea, has 3 or 4 races throughout the career that make this one competitive versus this group. The race last time, they were going a mile, and it was one of those slow-paced races. And sometimes a horse, I used to just think if a horse was close to a slow pace going longer and they didn't run well, then they didn't run very well. But I think sometimes these horses that have some tactical ability, putting them close to a slow pace is actually a disadvantage to them. And so I'm hoping Sinfully Sweet going back to sprinting will be kind of ridden a little bit more aggressively from that outside post to try to get some position. And if she can run some of her back numbers, I think that there is an opportunity for her to upset horses like the 6 and the 10. Once again, fingers crossed that Acacia is going to say something nice about this price horse, the 11, towards the outside.
Yeah, Jonathan, I completely agree with you as far as Sinfully Sweet is concerned. And she is one that does cut back in distance and was forwardly ridden last time when stretching out. But if you watch her race 2 starts back, you can actually see that she was a little bit keen, a little bit headstrong behind horses under Trevor McCarthy. And I think that he has kind of figured her out now, too. She was pretty quiet out on track with the pony, as she typically is. She usually doesn't warm up away from the pony, but sometimes can be a little bit bubbling over on on track. She was composed, but forward nicely into the bridle. Everything that you like to see, and incredibly fit. Physically, I like her going back to shorter too. I think Sinfully Sweet is a major player in this spot. Wanted to touch quickly on the quote-unquote other Jorge Abreu runner with the number 2, Lisa's Vision in here as she gets back onto the turf. That one of the few days throughout Saratoga that we were off the turf. And I do think, yes, she goes back to a sprint and on the turf, which I like her back on the grass, but she's got a lot of length to her frame. I think a little bit of that elongated sprint like the 7 furlongs probably suits her best, if anything. But she is a filly that really can be doing a lot and living on her nerves prior to the race. She was very, very professional today, really composed. Jose Ortiz took her away from the pony. She had a lovely warm-up. Well, I don't know if this is necessarily the right spot for her. I love the improvement mentally that I've seen from Lisa's Vision as she gets back on the grass, Greg.
I'm surprised she's that number at 10-1. You know, put the 2 sprints on grass, fit with the best in the group here.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different ways to go in this race, to be honest with you, and I'm not surprised. I mean, when you have a race where you've got a 10-horse field and there's a 9-5 and a 2-1, everybody else has to be a substantial price. I mean, I think that the 6 being 2-1, I'm not surprised the 10 is favored. I'm a little surprised the 6, even with Irad Ortiz, is this short. What price did David Aragona make the number 6 morning line?
4-1.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, this was taking twice as much money as David expected. That's going to alter the odds board substantially. And so there's probably, I mean, if I'm right about the 6, there are overlays around the board. The question is, will one of them win?
Favorite, this one right here, Busy Morning. Jose Lezcano, Jorge Abreu cutting back in distance. Last time sprinting, it was a win to break the maiden nightcap on the Friday card from Belmont at the Big A. Coming up, let's go upstairs. Here's Johnny Brielle.
And Sinfully Sweet. They're all in line. And they're off. Bit of a slow start for number 8, Rigby, and she trails. Saratoga Gaze is out first with Flip My Id down on the inside and Blame It on Mary on the outside. And then comes Bustin' Bullet, who's racing in 4th. Busy Morning, ranging up on the outside now from 5th. And then it's a length and a half to Sinfully Sweet, who's in 6th, followed by Silken Dollar in 7th. Lisa's Vision has moved to the outside in 8th, followed by Silver Fist. And the slow starting Rigby, the quarter 22 1/5 seconds. Saratoga Gaze by a half length. Blame It on Mary on the outside is right alongside in 2nd. And then it's a break of a length and a half to Flip My Id, who is down at the rail. In between horses, Bustin' Bullet. Busy Morning is on the far outside. Silken Dollar down towards the rail. The field is in the stretch. And here is Blame It on Mary to take over now. Blame It on Mary draws clear quickly. Blame It on Mary has a 3-length lead. Then Saratoga Gaze. A late move here from Silken Dollar. Lisa's Vision on the outside, but no threat to this winner. Blame It on Mary, won by 3.5 lengths. Lisa's Vision got up for 2nd. Silken Dollar was 3rd.
Blame It on Mary, 8-1. Kendrick Carmouche, Eddie Barker to take the nightcap.
Well, it's always nice when it works out, right? And she broke well, and no other really speeds went. The 6 was able to get to the lead in there. She just didn't have it, Saratoga Gaze, and this horse just made it easy. I'm always sorry in a cash bet, so I don't even have to suffer. Right?
This one won pretty easy, right?
His horse drew off top of the stretch. Like, how could she possibly lose? And it just works out sometimes. Now for Eddie Barker, and it's funny, you know, when she got rained off the turf last time at Saratoga, I said to Eddie, I'm so sorry it rained. I loved her today. And Eddie, of course, said to me, she couldn't lose. But Eddie said that about his horses a lot, but I'm very happy for Eddie, and she was much the best today.
9-2-5-11. A couple of, I think all of us thought logical horses underneath that were big prices that figured in the mix.
I should have listened to you on the 2. Thrown in the exact. I did not, Greg.
Take the win.
I'm very happy with it.
8-1, not bad at all.
With the win.
Blame It on Mary back on grass where no question she's been best. Some muddied up form. And closes out this card with another price here. Again, 8-1 on this 4-year-old filly by Blame for J&M Racing Stables. Good for Kendrick. to get a W to close things out here on this Friday afternoon. We will have the prices for you when we come back to wrap up this card here at Belmont at the Big A when we come back right after this on America's Day at the Races. Watching America's Day of the Races on FS2, card in the books. Well, the prices from the nightcap here in just a moment. It's brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action we bring you. Go to nairabets.com to get signed up and started and play along. Kendrick Carmouche for Eddie Barker, J&M Racing Stables, and a filly by Blame. Gets her first win on the grass.
Is it me or is Blame everywhere these days? He's
Really
winning
seems to be.
stakes all around the country, and he is doing well. And she's just a really nice horse. I'm happy for Eddie. He doesn't have a lot of horses. And, of course, waiting for his New York bred Sensational to come back soon. Hope he's able to come back for Eddie. Pick 6 carryover.
No one hits the pick 6.
It was tough. It was tough to put together. And Gambling Girl was a bigger price, you know. This was a tough sequence. I would have had this one.
$19. Blame it on Mary. To close it out, 9-2, $98 exact, by the way.
I should have listened to you. I usually throw in horses when you did it. I screwed up.
There's that pick 6 carryover, 53,306 into Saturday. Pick 5, 8,833.
What's the parlay there? About $85, 7, about 600. I'm going light. I'm about 8,000, and probably about 18,000. So that's for $2. So it paid about twice the parlay. I had 2, by the way.
All of those,
I had 2.
with the exception of that Mott first timer, I thought very havable.
No, I think I had 3. Who was the first one? No, I had 2.
Okay.
Well, wait. I don't know. I think I had 3, but I wasn't close in the other ones.
Well, if you put that together, well done. That's a nice score any day of the week. Tomorrow, early on, race 3, Athenia, grade 3, mile and an eighth on the grass.
You looked at this race yet?
A little bit.
I picked Evie Jets. You think I'm crazy?
I've liked Evie Jets for a long time.
Yeah, I thought she had a shot here. It would be a good price.
Well, California Queen, Love and Thunder, potent duo for Chad Brown. California Queen looking for first graded stakes win in the U.S.
Chad Brown has unbelievable numbers off of long extended layoffs with turf routers. I looked up 250 days. I don't have it right in front of me, but I think he wins at about a 30% rate with over 150 stars with a 260 ROI. In graded stakes, he's 6 for 16 with a positive ROI. I mean, and that's why, like we talk about the orchestration, he's as good getting them ready, distance turf horses, as probably any trainer in history.
Meanwhile, how bad was this trouble in the De La Rose for Love and Thunder?
Well, you know, it's funny. The owner, John Gunther, was saying to me on Twitter, because she's a very tough horse to ride. She was best. He was frustrated with the ride, and I totally get it. But I think she's a horse that gets into riders' heads because she's in trouble all the time. Irad definitely overcommitted the inside, and I think if you asked Irad after the race, he'd say, I overcommitted. Because she probably was best here. She's a very frustrating horse. And you do look at the races, there's only 5 in here. How much trouble can she get in?
Smaller fields, you happen to see a lot more trouble very often.
I mean, if he could find a way to somehow drop back to last in here and hope to make the one run, she might get it done. But there's a lot of question marks. Is In a Hurry going to be able to get away with a slow pace? Is Tass, the long shot, going to run? Will Evie Jess show some speed in here? It's so many question marks. Honestly, Tass a little tough to make. But I'll tell you what, In a Hurry, very good ride by Forrest Boyce. Dylan Davis was riding to instructions on Plum Ali. I'm guessing those were instructions that the instructor would like to take back because they allowed In a Hurry to get too good a lead. She's a nice horse, and she's been a good racehorse for Shug McGaughey, but she also had the run of this race.
52 3.5.
Right. Yeah, it was, and it's funny because Acacia is the one who said that the instructions were to not be as aggressive. Christoph's wanted to be aggressive with Plum Ali. Good things have happened when they've been aggressive with her, and yet they allowed this filly to waltz. And she's pretty good, too.
Yeah, indeed. 4-time winner, closing it just shy of 300 grand on the grass. That's coming up early on race 3 tomorrow on the card, that grade 3 Athenia. Sunday, Gallant Bloom and Kamari, who is coming off the race of her life, figure-wise. For Wesley Ward, 105 buyer and made 4-5 in the morning line as a result.
In a lot of ways, the horse breaking inside of her, Chitara, may be able to key the race because can she show enough speed to force Lady Rocket? But the other thing is that I think that Joel knows he's got to be more forward with Kamari here. I'm not saying he's going to go gunning after Lady Rocket, but he's got to look to be forward depending on how the place plays out. Drawing the outside post helps her. But in a lot of ways with Lady Rocket drawing the rail, she's got to go anyway. So it doesn't really matter as much. Listen, she got a huge figure for this race. I don't think she runs back to it. I'm just not sure she's supposed to be a heavy favorite over Lady Rocket, who was bad last time in the Ballerina.
We've seen a few of these horses, though, that have gone to the next level at Saratoga and come back and back it up. At least a couple.
Well, I think with Lady Rocket, they're thinking to come here probably as the race she ran in the Go for Wand here last fall, where she looked like she could be the best horse in this division. This is the Chicago at Churchill 2 back when she was able to control. She got in tough pace situation in 2 previous races. She was able to control here, and she dominated a good bunch. But I'm still not sure she ran better than Kamari could run. What if Kamari had been in there? Would she have still beaten her? Lay Rocket's a funny horse to figure out. After she ran that race in the Go for One last year, I think she got a 107 or 106 buyer.
107, yeah.
I was texting with Brad Cox and said, what are you going to do with her? And he said, she's a one-turn horse. I'm going to wait for Keeneland and go. And I think she's been a disappointment this year. And I just have to think one of the reasons he came back to run in this race, as opposed to maybe the Thoroughbred Club of America, Keeneland, where the Breeders' Cup is going to be, is he wants to run on a track she ran her best career race in last year.
Makes sense. That is coming up on Sunday. Gallant Bloom seems like 2 fillies mares in that group. It's those 2.
Yeah, it feels like they're two. No, the 2 horse ran a huge race last time at Parks off the claim for Ravi Falcone.
We are back tomorrow, 4:40 Eastern start time.
But you're on late. I'm on early.
Yeah, I'm going to be on super late. I believe 8:30 is when I begin till 11:30 in the evening. Check your local listings though on Fox. Again, well, we have 4:40 Eastern start time. Bango. Excuse me, back to his winning ways at Churchill. 8th win in his career at Churchill. Gambling Girl stepping up. And our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day for Pletcher and Rapoli. Cyberknife. Can he repeat that Haskell magic on Saturday at Parks? We'll see you tomorrow.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny